used to hold rather eccentric press briefings and various other things. Did you ever advise him when it came to his communications to the public, or did he just not listen to you? Because he was often out there, and sometimes he was his own worst enemy in his press conferences that he held. So I was just wondering, what sort of influence did you have over those?
Look, I will put it to you this way. There is advice that you give your colleagues, the people that you report to, and the people that are in charge. Now, you're asking me a question whether he listened to that advice. When you offer advice, you're not expecting a person to take your advice and run with it, and it's advice that you give. And those people are quite competent to decide whether your advice is a sound one or not. We sat and yes, we would talk about strategies. We would talk about whether it was prudent or not prudent to do A, B, and C. And that's where it ended. What I didn't have the ability was to try and sort of bulldoze myself and influence him. My job is to offer advice. My job is not to sort of bulldoze myself. I'm not an easy person. I do have difficult words that I use with people, but some people are thick-skinned, and they take it or they don't take it. But I don't want sitting here to sort of be pitched or furrow against the former CEO to say you advised him and he didn't take your advice. What I will offer to you is I offer advice to different executives, and it's up to them whether they take it or not. Thank you.
Fair enough, thank you. And Mrs. Mathieu, you're obviously a lady of independent mind, and I think you might well have found the situation difficult at the Road Accident Fund, because we had people here yesterday who gave evidence of the fact that once, I think when people felt crossed in the organization, that they found themselves sidelined or their careers came to an end or whatever. I was just interested, you mentioned about a particular deal or something was the basis why they suspended you. I'm sure there's probably more around it than that, but could you maybe just explain to us why you were suspended, or what the situation was that brought that about, basically?
Let me just say that the system was built up to deal with people like me. You said, what term did you use in terms of? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson. Honorable Chair, it's your 15 minutes.
No, thanks. I think my departing point will be with the question just asked by the honorable member close to me here. Ms. Martin, I would have asked this question earlier on, maybe to paraphrase it. Who suspended you?
The gentleman sitting next to me.
Okay. Did you mention in relation to which transaction or which matter?
It's with regards to the media mix contract.
What about it?
There's a Okay, let me give a brief context with regards to that. Like, the contract started in November 2026, and 2022. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So the contract started in November 2022.
Okay.
Yes. Worked on that contract. Mr. Polela was not here, and then he came into the scene. I was very happy when Mr. Polela came to the scene. You know why? Because I saw him as my get out of jail card. Because I happened to be working in a role that was linking the corporate communications department to the CEO's office, and it was the worst 6 months of my career. So when Mr. Polela came, I had all the love in the world for him, because I was like, thank you, McIntosh, I can give you a hug, and I'm out of this. Yes. But like I'm saying, the system was built to work out people like me and the Mr. Mshangas and the Johns and a lot more of people that
Yeah,
will come.
I understand. I'm trying to save my 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
What transaction were you suspended for?
I was,
Okay. What are the issues around it?
okay, I can't get into the detail of that because I haven't really set for my disciplinary hearing. Ne?
Okay.
Yes, but it's a particular transaction that happened the previous financial year. I left the country for 3 weeks, and then when I came back, it was a couple of days before the elections. I was told that the organization needed to do investigation pertaining to that particular transaction, which happened the previous financial year. We were now in the new financial year, right? So I went home, I sat for 15 months without charges. There were investigations that happened.
Okay.
And then when the interim board came to the scene, I was then given charges. I think someone sat there and thought it's quite shameful that we need to take this to the new board who was now asking about this long suspension list. So there were charges that came in on the 31st of July.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just say to Ms. Mate, so you are protected, if you recall. So I'd just like to ask Ms. Ibrahim to provide guidance to you in relation to what questions you can, and I apologize, Chair, because I'm trying to see if we can squeeze a more specific answer for you. Ms. Ibrahim, can you please provide guidance in this instance?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, indeed, the witness is protected. Evidence that she gives here can't be used against her in another forum, including in those disciplinary hearings.
Okay, so what you are saying, therefore, is that can you please provide more specifics to the honorable member with regards to his question? When you say it was a transaction, we don't know. Can you just give us at least the nature of the allegation around that transaction? And just give us color. I mean, we're not going to work out whether you are guilty or not. That's not what we are here to do. And I've made it clear to every person who's appeared here. We're not the CCMA. However, it's important that the members get enough specifics when they ask a question to be able to make a judgment either way in terms of our recommendations and our further oversight work. So I'd ask you to give us a bit more information than you are giving us, because you are protected. Just to be certain, we will communicate through the ministry and the board that we asked you to provide these specifics, and the specifics that you provide must not be used against you, in line with what Ms. Ibrahim said earlier.
Okay, I'm still reluctant.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still reluctant.
Sorry, Ms. Ibrahim's hand is up. Sorry, maybe we'll get more help.
As long as you save my time.
No, I stopped the clock. You're still under 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, I'm still reluctant.
Chairperson, if I can assist the witness, perhaps you can simply explain what the charge is in terms of the charge sheet and not speak to your defense of that charge at all.
Okay, all right. So what I'm charged for and what was put on the notice of the precautionary suspension is completely different. So that's why I find it difficult to then talk to the details of what happened, you know? Because even when I went in to meet with the investigators, the gentleman was asking
sorry,
me,
can I say, so help us in this way. Say to us, my letter of precautionary suspension said X, and then the next communication said Y. That at least helps Honorable Slamulela, to kind of navigate his way through, because he possibly has follow-up questions and so on.
So my precautionary notification was saying that the fund is putting me on a precautionary suspension for a transaction of a certain amount that they wanted to check if SCM processes were bypassed. Yes. And then the charges are now coming up to 8 charges that talks about other things. Yes.
My Lord, may I reluctantly assist?
If you could.
Because my lady is sitting next to me, and it pains me when she says, I was suspended by the gentleman sitting next to me. May I clarify that it's not me who suspends people. So this is because this is what happened, right? I'm sitting at home last year, and I'm minding my own business, and I receive a call from the CEO saying, McIntosh, what is this? And I'm like, what is what? And I then go to my phone, and he had an ad. And I said, what is this? And obviously both of us were saying the same. And I'm like, I don't know. So what I was looking at was an ad of sort on television by the SABC. And obviously it didn't speak to...
A what?
An ad.
Advert.
An advert, yes. It didn't speak to our slogan, and I had no idea what this was, and I was the head of communications. And I said, I don't know. And so he said to me, find out and report to me. So I quickly did an exercise of an investigation, for a lack of better word, of what is this? Where did it come from? I spoke to colleagues. Miss Marty was not around, so I spoke to the person who was acting, and they quickly said to me, this is from Media Mix. It was commissioned a long time ago. And again, I didn't know about it. And so I quickly called Media Mix, and I tried to establish what this is, and I found out that it was, as it was running, and it was still some time for it to finish running, it was already wholly paid for, to an amount of over 26 million rand. In other words, it was paid for before the work even began. And another thing that piqued my attention, it was paid for the previous financial year, about 14 days before the end of the fiscal year, for the work that was going to happen in the following fiscal year. And obviously I went around asking the CFO, asking SCM about the rules and legislation regarding making a payment of this sort. I called the SLA, and I couldn't find that we were permitted doing so. And I also spoke to finance on how it was that they processed this payment. And I found that they, in their minds, they thought they were paying for work that was done. And I was now at the last leg of my investigation to see if work was already delivered. Now, I was then in the office of the CEO where we were talking about the sponsorship for the Metro Awards, where he asked me about where I was with the investigation. I was like, I was at the last leg, to which he then told me in no uncertain terms that you need to do something about it. Now, I went to ER, I then presented my findings, and I was advised there and then that my colleague needed to be suspended, and this had to be referred for further investigation. It killed me, having to suspend her. That night, I couldn't sleep because I made it clear. She said she had all the love for me. I made it clear when I arrived. Normally when you do arrive, as a head of communications, you want to work with your own team, but I made it clear to my team to say, I understand, I found you like this, you didn't have resources. We're not going to fight. I will get those resources, and I will get you working, and I will get you out of the office, because you shouldn't be sitting in the office. But If I find that you're not performing, you're not as agile as I want you to be.
So
that'll
Mr.
be
Polela,
healthy.
I'm worried about Honorable Silamulela's
So-
time. So can you just be more concise?
I think I'm
I
answering.
have explained. I think I'm
Yeah,
long-winded, and I apologize, my lord.
Yeah, I think I understand. Can I quickly establish? Is it 28? Was it 28 or we said 26 or 28 or let's say more than 20 million amount? Is it part
Just
of
under
this,
27 million.
Is it part of this expenditure that we are speaking about now? In this contract?
Indeed.
So when we say there's an amount that is already above 100 million per year, does it include this 20?
No. This was already paid for, remember?
It was already paid for?
Yes.
For the work not done?
For the work that was now currently being done, but at the point that it was paid, the work had not been carried out.
Okay.
My lord.
It's fine. Let me leave that question. Assist me, ma'am. You said to me you were the chair of, or you presided over the bid specification committee. Did you say so?
For which one? Media mix.
For this tender? Yes, the media.
There are two.
Yeah.
There are two.
Which one did you preside over?
As a BSc member, I was a BSc member for Media Mix, and then I was also a BSc member for Zinge.
What was your role? You were the chair
Yes, I was the chair.
for both.
Yes, for both.
I want to understand. You had an MOU earlier on with
GCIS.
GCIS.
Yes.
In your bid specification committee, the specifics that you agreed about, are they the same that you agreed on the GCIS contract, MOU?
No, they were not.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I come to you, Mr. Polela?
Indeed, my lord.
Why are you involved in so much marketing with so much value? Can you make us understand in brief? You are an entity that is perceived not to be paying you are spending just $1 billion on marketing. What is the value?
Because it's our constitutional mandate to inform the people of South Africa of their rights as it pertains to claims. Sitting here also, you must understand that each and every one of us here is a potential claimant of the Road Accident Fund. At some point, you could get involved in an accident. So when I talk to people, I'm not just talking to the claimants. I'm talking to each and every South African, no matter whether they're rich or poor. They consume media in different platforms. But more importantly, we have 11 languages, 11. I have to produce ads in all those 11 languages, and hence I need this much resources.
Okay. Thanks very much. Let's move to the other one. I think I will follow up on that in writing so that I save my time. Just on that specific question. GCIS. So you arrived in this entity as the head of marketing. The entity had before you arrived an MOU with GCIS, then they advertised under the condition that obviously they would have briefed you about. You continued because there was a contractual obligation already by the time you arrived. In your own view, the GCIS, does it have or would you have had the capacity? Now you are the new head of marketing. You are the one who goes to the board to increase the value and request them that we may need more resources to do this work, as you explain why it must be done. Would you say the GCIS would have had the capacity to carry that particular work?
No. No, because
And why didn't you consider working with it?
Well, look, I did canvass the idea of working with the GCIS, and I came up with the following findings. They did not have the capacity. Why do I say this? Because they outsourced the work to the very agencies that, we procure. So what was the point of using GCIS when I was going to be standing in the queue to be serviced while another agency was being outsourced. They have a panel of agencies for this very work. What we needed to have was a dedicated agency that understood the brand, was focused on servicing the brand whenever we needed them. It might appear that the GCIS is cheaper, but you must understand that when they do outsource, they go to the very same agencies. The GCIS effectively are the middleman. I did not need a middleman. I needed a dedicated agency.
Okay. Given that, when now you advertise through these agencies of yours, which obviously you are saying to us are powerful than the GCIS, because even the GIS uses them, how would you monitor that? How would you monitor that, for instance, if because part of the package includes billboards, it includes posters and all that, it also includes TV ads and so forth. How do you then monitor to ensure that what the system that you have in place to ensure that all they committed to do is being done before you process payments?
There are set fees, set rates that are very clear, and I did mention this before, but how do we monitor that the work is done? And I've already canvassed this. We did supply to this committee proof of work that was done.
Okay.
An abundant volume of proof of work that was done.
Honorable Salamila, one more.
Okay, yeah, I'll be very, very brief, just two of them. One is this issue of the bucket heads that was being dealt with here by Honorable Maduna and the other members here just as I arrived. When did you pick it that there's an error?
It was when I saw in this committee when it was being mentioned, my lord.
So you have not picked it even before you arrived here?
No, not at all.
Who is this Khadeb?
Manini works at Wellness, right? Indeed, my lord, Wellness.
At Wellness?
Yes.
Okay. The last one, just for interest. What will you say is your reach in terms of this advertorial space and all, in terms of especially the masses of our people who are in rural areas?
It's huge. It's absolutely huge. I'm very proud of the work that we're doing. Let me give you an example. We put out what we call success stories. Success stories was what we put up on both YouTube and Mzansi Magic. I did talk about I Blew It. So I said we needed to go where I Blew It is and have a show dedicated to showing people spending money responsibly, but also needed to put it up on YouTube. One of our episodes is sitting at 900,000, which is not very common for government agencies. We get hundreds of thousands of views. I'm very proud of the work that we do, my lord.
Thank you. I thought you only have one lord here. Thank you, my lord.
I am not jealous at all about that. The more people share in it, the better. So we are going to take a lunch break. Yes, we are. You started 11 there. You started 11 there.
Can Skosana be reminded that?
This is not you started 11.
Can we remind Skosana that it's not a lot here?
Yeah. So can I just, these are clarification questions, please, because we need to understand what scope of work we are talking about, right? Because I think that's important. Ms. Mate, if I heard you correctly, is that you mentioned the GCIS in the context of Media Mix 360, is that correct? That exercise that we're talking about, cost benefit, or it's sort of a cost comparison, etc. It was in the context of
Media buying services only.
Buying services only.
At that point in time.
Not integrated marketing services.
Not really, because we later we later found out that GCIS had gone on a competitive bid process for them to have a panel of agencies. I think there were about 11 or so, which all the government entities were using. And because of that, they're able to do bulk buying, forward buying, wherein, if I need to explain what forward buying is for instance, when they announced that the World Cup was coming to South Africa, I've always been in the private sector, so RAF is the first public entity that I've worked on. We all went for the spots before McDonald's would take up all the spots. So that is a common practice in the industry, that if there's a cost benefit, you can buy media buying and then you get the spots because they are already on the logs. You are guaranteed that they will be flighted, unless if FIFA had lost the legalities or the copyrights for that thing to have come to South Africa. But that's what happened. So GCIS, from a cost containment perspective, was coming at a lower, or when you weighed up the opportunity cost of going direct to a media agency and having Salga and all of them, they take our money, because what we were doing, we're giving GCIS money way ahead. So we'll create a suspense account where RAF will have its own monies. For instance, we'll put in 32 million per quarter and say, GCIS, these are the campaigns, because we're avoiding the situation of fiscal dumping. So they will never take an entity's money if you have not committed to specific campaigns. So we will tell them we are doing our back to school campaign, we'll be doing our Easter campaign and all that.
Can I just, to help us with time, say, so what I'm understanding is that GCIS becomes the agent on behalf of government.
Yes.
Right. It's
Yes.
the media buying agent on behalf of government.
Yes, so when they go to negotiate with SABC.
Let me help you through the thing. So part of what such an agent, whether it's GCIS or Media Mix 360 and so on, is to pre-book space. And you negotiate lower rates on the basis that you are able to forward buy. So I've got a bank of money and I can get 20 billboards for the price of 15 because I can guarantee the owner of the billboards that I will take up the space. So I say to them, don't give it to anyone else. I will use it, right?
Yes.
And then depending on the execution of the campaign and which department it is, GCIS simply deploys that department, right? If an entity chooses on its own, it will not have the bulk buying capacity of 4 billion when it's like 100 and some odd million. Does that mean the discounts are lower?
Definitely.
The discounts are lower in that case.
They're called rebates.
The rebates, yeah.
So you have a standard rate card at SABC which says if you buy a spot on Mbango or primetime media, this is how much it's going to cost you. A spot will cost you 167,000. But if it's all government entities coming in with that little money, they're able to muzzle SABC to say, we are giving you this. In the next 6 months, you've got business from Salga, RAF, RTMC, whoever, and they've locked those things into their logs. So that's where the negotiating power comes from.
Okay, that's where it then gets to. So what is the rebate on average that you were getting therefore from GCIS in your analysis?
In our analysis, I don't remember from the top of my head because it was done in.
No, we'll get it, but
yeah,
it's sort of a ballpark number.
Ballpark number. Sure.
Okay, you don't know. Because I'm trying to understand the differential between your own agency and GCIS. To your earlier point about colleagues, keep it down. So I'm trying to understand your point earlier about GCIS being the cheaper option as far as media buying is concerned. So what rebates are you then getting from Media Mix 360? So how do they compare the two of them? even in percentage terms? Which one is more expensive?
It's media mix.
Okay, we'll need to get that information specifically, right? Because the advantage of bulk buying is clearly there. Last question from me is, can you just explain when did this transaction with the SABC take place specifically?
The transaction took place on the 31st of March, and we started flight
Which year?
2023, and we started flighting those spots in a week's time, so sometime in April.
Okay, why did you pay upfront, if I may ask?
Okay, so we were utilizing the forward media buying principle to say, please lock those spots. It was a premium spot, right? It's for when...
No,
Yes.
I think we get it.
For the news clocks on SABC 1, 2, and 3, for the whole year, we purchased that at any given point in time when you're about to, that timer that says you're about to watch, it's RAF, which then teaches you about our respective branded messages and campaigns.
Yeah, that's the most expensive spot
Yes.
in television
Yes.
in South Africa.
So when that most spot was locked down, they then came back to say, this is the value add that you are getting. So instead of you having to pay 46 million, you're paying 26 million, and they showcase in the report to show what the value add is. It's just that I don't remember the value add from the top of my head, but it's all there in reports, because every campaign that runs, we send that campaign update to, I forgot the name of the committee, SEMCO or whatever. I've been out of action for 17 months, so I don't
You can
remember.
try and remember during lunchtime. Okay, no, thank you. I just wanted us to work through, because we can easily mix the two contracts. I kind of also feel GCI shouldn't be doing integrated marketing for anyone. Thank you very much. Okay, can we break for lunch? It's 6 minutes past 1. Can we come back here at 2? Thank you, honorable members. There is lunch downstairs, colleagues, and Mr. Polela and Ms. Mate, there's the colleagues from Parliament. We don't want you fainting from hunger, so there's food downstairs, and you can. It's on the ground floor, but the colleagues will assist you. Thank you, Chair. If you've got any questions, you can WhatsApp me. Yeah.
Deported out of the USA. Out of the USA. We must deal with that. So creative, the better. So that little money. That little money that if you go to Mazo SAPC to say we are giving you this roughly 100 million. It's set aside for a year. Now there's a tender process. Service providers are invited to bid. Now they submit their tenders at different price levels. Maybe somebody says, no, I can do the job at 90 million rand. Somebody says I can do it at 80 million rand. Somebody says I can do it at 70. Somebody says at 60 million rand. Then there's this media piece that says I can do the work at 5 million rand, which is just 5% of the annual budgeted amount. Because you've got 500 million for 5 years, which means it's 100 million per year as per your estimation. I know that Mr. Polela indicated that, in fact, even that estimation of 100 million rand was not, at that time, it was I think you were comparing to the GCIS, but practically currently. We know. I don't wash my body. My body was aching. My body was aching.
and I thought maybe it's the question you didn't answer so that we can take all of them. Is it fine, Chair?
Translate policies like the township economy revitalization policy into tangible impact. So I want to comment also on human resource. Although the department reduces its vacancy rate by 6.6% and achieved gender.
Repeat yourself, ma'am.
Reform framework, for the past 6 months, I'm asking for that document. And if I can get that document, it will be highly appreciated. And then every time we have interaction with the department, they promise me they will send it now. And I'm still waiting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kruka. I want to check if ever the other honorable members are fine. I don't see any other hand. Honorable Malimacha, Honorable Molotsani, Honorable
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Malimacha.
Our understanding was that we are noting the report, and if there are further comments and clarity, we will send them, including the questions. You will never, from the start, say we will have a second bite, because we were mindful of time that we want to get.
Note me, Chair.
We were mindful that we want to get answers, including the SITFA. That is what we were. So that's why we are not raising hands.
Okay, Honorable Malimacha, I'm sure you did not hear us very well. The honorable members complained that sometimes when the department respond, they do skip some of the questions. So this is not a second bite. It's a follow-up on the questions that was not responded to. We did not agree on the second bite of raising questions. But if honorable members doesn't have anything to say, to raise, and if ever all the questions raised was covered, it's fine. They can be quiet. So I was just checking. This is not a second bite time of question. It's a follow-up on the questions that were not answered. So it looks like questions were being responded to. Other members are fine. DG, I think I need to request you to respond to those that were not touched.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Apologies that we did not seem to be responding to the question. On the issue, I will ask the colleagues to start on the issue of the asset assist and also on the issue of the cannabis. On the issue of the red tape framework, we will be able to provide that type of document. And I really want to apologize, Honorable Kruger, that it has taken so long, but it is something that I think we should be able to give it to you so that you can also, as the committee, also assist us also by Honorable Matrela has said that needs to be taken into consideration. I don't know between CE and DDG Delwa on the asset assist. Who's going to start? Thank you.
Whoever has the opportunity to start can just raise the voice.
Sorry, I couldn't. I'm struggling to raise my hand.
Okay.
My apology, Chair.
Accepted.
On the asset assist, there were two questions in my understanding. The one question was the current application, how far we are with that, and I do believe that we are busy from SETFA side with the disbursement. Then the second question was related to the advertisement of the revised asset assist. I think as honorable members know that the asset assist is now going to be implemented from the department as per the APP in the current financial year. So we have recently then approved the revised guidelines for the asset assist, and we are also improving the model based on lessons learned. So we will only be issuing the advert for the revised asset assist in this quarter. We are targeting it to start in November. We are also re-engineering the application system itself because we needed to automate it as much as possible to fast track the applications. So that's how the program is going to be managed going forward. Now, the question being asked about the previous application that were before, I think is not as an easy question to respond to, because the truth of the matter is the program has been revised and there have been amendments in terms of the guidelines. And so I don't think we can say that it will be easy to transfer the previous applications into this new program. I think there would be difficulty in doing that. That would be my response, DG, on that one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, DG Delo. I don't know, CE, if you would like to add. Like DG Delo has said, the question is too broad. Is your part affecting when it was that time, and then also the part that it is this side?
Thanks, DG. I'll cover the asset assist in responding to the question raised by Malemaja during our turn. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, CE. Chairperson, we are done. That question, the other part of the specific part that was asked by Honorable Matulele, CEO will then deal with that as they deal with their questions. May I, with your permission, hand over to the chair?
Okay, thank you very much, DG, and thanks to our DDGs for responding. I have this message, and I don't want to forget this message after SITFA would have dealt with the questions. It's from our content advisor. He is saying the committee has a standing recommendation that partnership and memorandum of understandings with provincial investment promotion agencies like NCEDA, FDC, and others should be reviewed, DG. SETFA should take over those functions, e.g. implementation of the customized sector. Some of these partnership agreements are just designed to divert funds away from the department and SETFA. And this makes it difficult for the portfolio committee to oversight the department. The last message,
all the program guidelines, like the asset assist, being spoken of here, should include the GPS coordinates for ease of tracking projects locations. I'm sure he's referring to when we'll be doing our oversight visit, because some of the projects we couldn't visit because people were unable to be traced and others were in court and so on and so on. I'm sure I have represented you well, content advisor. We are now moving to CETFA. CETFA, we are in your hands, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to start with Honorable Kruger's question. Chair, the approach is I'll take the strategic questions and all the operational questions. Then the team that is with me in this forum will then be able to respond to the CE and the CFO should the need arise. Honorable Kruger raised a question around the MFIs, which is the microfinance institutions, and shared that there needs to be a strategy by us to remedy the situation and be able to kind of like move towards us as the agency doing the work ourselves from a direct lending perspective. So that is welcomed, Honorable Kruger, in terms of the strategy. There is a strategy already in place. There's also a report that the board requested management to put together so that we can understand and provide that report to different stakeholders so that they can understand where we are, what's the plan, and how we're going to move forward. So the CE will touch base more on that report that the agency has already concluded, but it has not presented to us at an AA level as yet. And then the second question was on the Tourism Equity Fund. CE will take that. And then you also requested, Honorable Kruger, CETFA to provide a report on how many businesses that have closed their doors after they have received government funding. I think that also aligns with Honorable Sapo's question raised on the chat box, requesting information in terms of the performance and the write-offs that the agency has done for the past 5 years, and the names of the businesses that have their businesses were written off from our credit book. So that information, then Honorable Kruger, see, maybe can touch base a little, but a detailed submission as per the request of Honorable Sapo will then cover some of your questions, because those questions are linked. And then moving on, Chair, to Honorable Mafagane on the issue of the acting, when is it going to stop? Because everyone is acting in our organization. I would like to confirm, Honorable Chairperson and the members, that on the work of the top structure, which is the responsibility of the board and the CEO mandated by the board to do that work, the board is responsible at CETFA right now, as per the MOI, to run the process of appointing the ex-officials. Those are the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, and the Chief Investment Officer. The Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Investment Officer, the board has concluded that work. It has now been escalated to the second level because they are all cabinet approvals. So we've done our part as the agency in going through the recruitment process, recommendations from board, and then submit to the next level, which is the department. And then on the CEO, advert has been out, closed. Panel has been set, so that is in progress, and we're planning on concluding that as the board by the end of this quarter, from concluding our own process from start to finish, and then handing over. The moment it leaves our hands, we have no control then on the time it will take with the other structures, because that's beyond what the board can do. So we've already done that. And then on the top structure, which is the executives, which is another layer that forms part of the oversight of the board, is the CEO. You've mentioned four executives already. Others have already started, and then there's 2 that will still need to be processed and finalized. But that process has already been started. We will just be hearing then from the CE and the other other colleagues when they circle back to board in terms of the conclusion of that process. But I can safely say 80% of the work that needs to be done on the top structure, that has already been concluded. We left with the CEO and the 2 other executives that process needs to be concluded. I hope that covers then all the other questions on what the board, why is everyone acting, and then that then allows the second layer, which is the microstructure, which the CE, middle management, all the way to the bottom. That is the part then that takes place once those executives have been placed, which they have been, the majority of them. So we'll start seeing traction then in terms of those positions being filled. Like it has been explained, Chair, we've lost a lot of quality deal makers on the lending side. And we're looking forward to closing that gap once the CIO and the lending team and everybody else is there from a divisional level and as well as the ops level. That's when we will start seeing traction in terms of the numbers and the turnaround times, because we are indeed limping on the lending side in terms of the skill set. And then moving on to the other questions, Honorable Makashane, where operational CE will take them through. And then Honorable Singh, on the KBP, you've raised a question about we need to explain the loss on the property portfolio of KBP. And the second part of your question on job C, will take that. So on the strategic side, KBP is a subsidiary of SEDFA, which has a property portfolio that is segmented into different categories, red, green, and amber. Green means properties that are in a condition that is palatable. They've got tenants, they've got they're functioning, but there's issues that still needs to be resolved. And then the amber, where there's challenges of some of the tenants boycotting, not wanting to pay the rent. And then the red zone, they've been taken over by certain structures in society, and there's a lot of back and forth between the agency and those structured on getting to the remedial solution. So from a strategic direction of KPP, there is a plan in place that is being implemented in making sure that there's a clarity in terms of what do we do with the properties that are not giving us joy from a collections point of view. And another thing that is worth mentioning, Honorable Singh, is the fact that the municipality bills on our properties are very high, and the monies, the rentals that we collect are way too low because of the nature of the properties that we have on our portfolio. They are not in good condition, the majority of them, and some of them are in areas that might not be attractive to small businesses, and the condition, location with property portfolio, those things are very key. And also our rental, we charge about 25 rand per square meter versus the market rate of 50 rand per square meter, because we cannot charge more than what we can offer in the market if the condition of our buildings is not good, and then it then means the rental must match what we can offer. So that's another issue in terms of why are we not collecting, why are our collections less than the expenditure that we are incurring, which then creates a burden then for the agency to carry some of these costs, because municipalities want their rates to be paid. And some of these properties are not insurable due to their condition. So that strategy in place is there, it's being implemented. And we hopefully when the implementation is concluded, we will then come back and the numbers will start following that work to showcase the value of the property, because really small businesses do need space to operate from. It's one of the market failures in our ecosystem, where small businesses need industrial places where they can have their products manufactured. They need space for offices. So it is a strategic portfolio to have, but it needs a lot of work. And then I think the last one was from Honorable Madimeja, which the CE will cover. And I think Honorable Matulelo, yours was with departmental. And then I think the CE will then respond on the asset assist, because you've also raised questions around the asset assist. Chair, if there's any honorable member that I might have missed on the strategic questions, if they could please raise them, but the rest the CE will take them. Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, may I then please invite the CEO to take the stage and respond to the questions that the honorable members have raised. Thank you, Chair. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. CEO. Datumbato.
Yes, Chair. Apologies. The mic thing disappears. So I had to activate it. Chair, thank you very much. I would just probably touch base on some of the matters that the Chair referred to me. The department answered the question around the issue of the red tape from Honorable Kruger. Our role really is ensuring that we just do the implementation part, which is making sure that there is a role played by small businesses within the ESD sector, and making sure that the implementation part of it happens, and we link these businesses into that space. From a strategic position, the DG has responded on that question. We have done the study on the interest rate and the MFIs. Chair, we just need to process it through the different governance structures in the organization, and we will then be in a position to engage on it post the board approval, so that then it can find its way to the various committees. But we did, I think it's in Stellenbosch that we worked with, if I'm not mistaken, I'll just confirm that on that work. On the Tourism Equity Fund, we have not been able to process transactions on the Tourism Equity Fund since February or beginning of February this year. We had a 3-year agreement with the Tourism Equity, with the Tourism Department or the Tourism to implement the funds. When I joined last year, I think May, when I moved from CEDA to CIFA, we did get a media backlash on this, but the fund, to give a full picture, started in 2023, late 2023, when it reopened after it was stopped, and we were not able to proceed for years due to the issues of the BE challenges that, or challenging the triple BE requirements. So in November 2023, it started on a 3-year agreement. So that was November 2023. I joined in May. In August, we did receive the first media statement on the fund and how it is moving. We then put together a team. I put together a team with the support of the board that will specifically run with the Tourism Equity Fund. And we made a lot of traction up until January. With the pipeline, we'll provide the closeout report, but with the pipeline that we had in January, end of January, and the deals already for committees, we were in a position at least to commit all the funds that we had at that point in time by end of March. And unfortunately, we're not able to proceed with that. We are in the position now where we are waiting for the direction from the Department of Tourism on how we move forward on these funds, but we'll provide the report because the committee has requested. We'll provide a proper presentation that would give a better understanding of where we were and where we are currently. So we'll definitely provide the committee with that report on the Tourism Equity Fund, because we had submitted that report to the Department of Tourism. I think it is better that I do a presentation and it becomes clear what is is where and how we're faring on that. We continue, though, however, we're allowed to continue to make, to at least pay those that we had committed to in terms of approvals. And that's why we were able to see some of the projects when we went to Free State and some all over the country. I also believe it was a great project. It was a great transformation project that we had. On the issue of the branding, Honorable Kruger, we really, yes, indeed, you are correct. But we didn't want to just start branding all offices, even those ones that we are we need to vacate and relocate because that would, from our side, that would have been a waste of the funds. So we have looked at the different offices and strategic ones. Now we know which ones we need to start branding and which ones we'll be moving from, so that you will see then the branding coming through. It's at procurement stage as things stand, so that we brand the offices. We had a lot of other challenges that we were trying to solve to just stabilize the organization, but we'll get into that now. I think we have a very big focus on driving impact, which is our mandate, and our KPIs should then, at any given point, be driven by the mandate. So that then when we achieve that, we achieve the mandate. Otherwise, I agree with the Honorable Kruger that it would then just be a miss if our mandate is not the key focus point, and then everything we do to deliver on that impact that we promised. I think we also got a lot of comments from
Mijn geschoten om mijn talen, ik op bij paraat. Weet me toe, ik op mijn bij paraat. Maar ik was ook eens in Dani, zo ik moet maar voor mij.
Sidubulawa mkhwanazi sonke, sidubulawa mkhwanazi. Somebody's giving you trouble, so bizela umkhwanazi. Odila nawe. Yeah. If I want to strike fear, I say, no, ngaba nomkhwanazi. It's okay, you can carry on. Yes, umkhwanazi uzafika. Okay, honourable members, thank you. Can I just deal with a committee housekeeping issue so that we can make some decisions together? So tomorrow we're supposed to have a session from 2 to 9, and the affidavit of the witness is still not ready, and I don't want members to not have time with it, given its importance. What has happened is that with, especially when the AG came and everybody that came to see us came, the witness felt that they need to explain further things. It particularly deals with accounting issues, and I want that affidavit to simplify things as much as possible. Otherwise, we're all going to talk in cross purposes. So what we tried to do when it became apparent that that's not going to be ready is to try and move the Law Society from Friday to yesterday in person, which they were quite happy to do, and I think it's the president or chairperson of the Law Society. They just had an engagement with the Minister of Justice. So I phoned the minister this morning to ask them to release the gentleman to come to the committee, and she said, of course, anytime except tomorrow, because they're dealing with issues of the head of the NPA. There is a panel, and so if that one person cannot come, then the panel can't meet. They have to postpone it to another time, and the government is out of time for that process. And so, unfortunately, they can't postpone the meeting, and they can't release the person. But I also had regard for the conversation we're having. It wasn't formal, but there is a feeling by the committee that the meeting, the session with the Law Society needs to be in person. They also prefer in person. We had taken a decision as a committee that on Fridays we will be virtual. So what this will mean, if the members are clear that we want to be virtual, we want to be in person, it means two things. Either we are in person on Friday, or we schedule the session on a day when we can all be in person. So that really is the ask here. It appears that the members want the Law Society to be in person. The Law Society prefers in person as well. The slot in which they're booked is a virtual one. So what I'm simply asking is, do we proceed with virtual on Friday as planned, or we, within the program itself, we find a date when we can be in person with the Law Society, given the role that, and they represent, I think, 4 or 5 different organizations, and they made a public submission as part of the public process. So it wouldn't be necessary then to have slots for different organizations. So I feel they're particularly important in that context. So I'm putting the question to you members, and I'd like to get some views. Honorable Nell May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving us that background. I'm suggesting that we have an in-person meeting with them at another date. Quite a few people have booked flights already, and although it's in line with the virtual meeting, I think it would be better if we do have that in-person meeting at another date. Thank you.
All right. Honorable Nell May has offered a view. Does any of the members here differ with that view? Now, you can't shake your head. You have to say.
No, I agree, Chair. I'm fine. We could do it anytime in person.
Okay. Does any of the members disagree? Okay. It looks like we're agreeing that we must be in person. So what we'll do is we'll revise our program. That means, therefore, today and tomorrow we don't have inquiry. Sorry, tomorrow and Friday we don't have inquiry. Just so we'll revise a program so we finish within the allocated time. But we are then going going to say the Law Society must be in person in the committee and possibly schedule all day instead of, a few hours. Or we'll see what the appropriate time is. Okay, members, thank you very much for that guidance. I just wanted for us to be clear. So, thank you. Ms. Mate and Mr. Polela, thank you very much. We are on the home stretch now. May I ask, what time are your flights? I would suggest that you if you can, so the colleagues are going to assist you, Mr. Polela.
Mine is tomorrow, my lord. I'm safe.
So we can keep you here until 11. Okay, great. Which Honorable Skosana would find very familiar, given the ad hoc finishes at 2 a.m. Okay, so we'll just ask the team to support you, Ms. Mate, because the traffic back to the airport is a nightmare. And we may go a little bit over the time that we envisaged, and we don't want you to be anxious. So thank you very much. We are now going to Honorable Skosana, and then we'll keep coming this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Chair. I just want to start by greeting our guests to today. I want to start where I think Polela have left off. I'm not sure whether I'm not clear. I just want clarity from Ms. Matria and Mr. Polela. That issue of you being suspended, and you said the gentleman next to me, I thought you'd say Mr. Polela, who's sitting next to me. I just hope there's no animosity between yourselves. Because what happens when we are sitting together like this, you won't even know that he's been suspended by him. But obviously that matter belongs to ER. Because he can only do that, he can suspend you, but he can't deal with the matter anyway, because he's one of the managers. Now, I'm a bit disturbed of what I've seen here. I'm not sure whether this is a branded golf T-shirt for 6,500.
Honorable Skosana, they've got the same bundle, so just say maybe the date and so on at the top or the label so that they can locate it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give you the. I'm happy, I must say, with the 3%. This management fee is very reasonable, I must say. Whoever negotiated, thumbs up. Because where I come from, no chance. It's invoice number 6,500. There's that invoice. We have an invoice here. Colleagues, you can help me as well. Check that. I think you've picked it up. It's only one. It says 6,500.
Found it, Honorable Skosana. Is that the one that also has? No. I don't think that's the one. The one that has Gary Player Executives. I don't know what that is. Is that the one 6,500 or is it another one?
Yeah, if it says 6,500, that's the one. Yes, I've got it now.
What is at the top, Honorable Skosana?
Yeah, it says Gary Player Executives. One quantity, 6,544. Invoice number 568912. It ends with 912. Date 07/05/2025. Yeah.
Did you find it, Mr. Polela? It it might be easier to locate. Yeah, okay, you found it.
Indeed, my lord, I have located it.
It's not that one. I'm sorry to.
I've stopped the clock, so let's just look for it and then I'll resume.
I think it took that. It says 6.5. No, it's not this one. It's only one item. It's only one item there. Yeah, it's the same, yes. It's that invoice 05568912. Just after, it starts by NSD Golf T-shirts, 136,500, which I think you've explained that perhaps it was put wrongly here because you can't have one golf T-shirt costing 136,500. It's impossible.
Indeed, my lord. I'm looking at the quote. The quotation has a different quantity, and that quantity is for 16 Gary Player for executives, right?
16.
16 indeed.
For this 136,000.
Wait. Are we looking at the same?
Yeah. The first one.
Oh, the first one is, golfer shirt. Sorry, my apologies, my lord.
Yes.
Indeed, I have located it. So it's 420. That's the correct figure.
Times how many? Because the quantity says one. How many in terms of your code?
In the number of T-shirts.
Yes, the number of how many are they?
420.
Or 420. Now here it says one quantity. I think this invoice is completely misleading. And then when we come to this one, the executive one, which says 6,544, how many quantity there?
Those are the Gary Players.
Yes.
That's 16.
16.
Indeed.
Okay. Now, because why I'm asking, in this country, there were computers somewhere in Mpumalanga who were bought for X amount of money. So hence I wanted to clear myself on this one. And I think this has to be corrected because it's misleading. If I'm an accountant, obviously, I will definitely ask question about this.
I do submit, my lord.
Yeah, and the second point, Chair, is about upfront payment. PMFA is very clear when it comes to that. Whether you negotiate the discount, you can't pay for something which is not delivered for a year. If that company get the risk, if that company get liquidated, or that company, they sequestrate the company and they did not disclose to you, it doesn't matter whether it's a state institution. We've seen things happening in this country. They attach, they do so many things. They freeze bank accounts. Now, if you've committed so much money into that company, what happened to the public funds?
My lord, they would be lost. It's a simple answer. They would be lost.
Thank you. Now, I won't take too much of your time, Chair. We've been debating here the issue of claimants. Sometimes it pains me because we paid millions of rand, some of us. We only claim for windscreens in terms of insurance companies. For the last 30 years, I think I've claimed windscreen twice, but I've paid over 4 million rand only into insurance alone. Now, as you said, we are all at risk here. Anything can happen. Am I right?
Correct.
Now, when an MBA graduate say she can't fill in a claim from RAF, it's disturbing, I must say. I understand that we have a law of damage, delicts, so to speak. In Namibia, Botswana, they've done away with that. For one simple reason, because they care for their people. They make a simple form, for you to claim, it's simple. You don't need a PhD degree or a degree to fill in a form in Namibia and Botswana and other countries. And perhaps, as I said earlier, to say this management fee is reasonable. Let me come to lawyers. It's a law, you are correct. It's our law which says that people must go through lawyers. No problem with that. Inverted commas. But I'm saying perhaps the percentage is too high. Because if you are injured, say you are given a million rand claim, a lawyer will take 250,000 once off. You're left with 750,000 for life. For life. You must survive on that. Now, it's upon us as lawmakers that we must think about this. As I'm sitting here, I'm in pain that I'm paying a medical aid. Even if you don't want to take it, it's compulsory here. That you must take this medical aid as MPs. Now, if we make it compulsory for our people to say, there's no way you must go to a lawyer for you to put up your claim, it's not fair. It's not fair. It should be optional. Remember, lawyers want to litigate. It's their job. It's good for me if clients are coming to me. But for us, for REF, and us as lawmakers, I think we must simplify these so-called complicated documents for a claimant to claim for himself. I'm saying maybe to balance the scale. No problem. They should not think that we are jealous of them getting money, getting that percentage. But the percentage is too high. And let's simplify these application forms. Because even if my mother, I'm not a lawyer, if my mother gets involved in an accident, it means I can't help her. I must go and get a lawyer. And this 120 days, if I remember, there's 120 days, am I right? That you must put up your claim. And because after 3 years, it prescribed, or after 5 years? Is it 3 or 5? After you have already lodged the claim?
It depends. If it's a hit and run, it's a shorter period, 2 years. And then if it's a identified car, it's 5 years.
It's 5 years.
3.
3 years. So, but after 5 years, it prescribed, am I right? Your claim, after 5 years, it prescribed.
Don't remember these technicalities. I don't have the...
If I remember, Chair, I think that's what they told us.
Yeah, if you can switch one of the mics. So we can just untangle this, but there are different prescriptions. For hit and run is 2 years. So there are 2 prescriptions. There is a time you are allowed to lodge a claim. 2 years. If after 2 years you have not lodged a hit and run, you can't lodge anymore. That chance is gone. For an identifiable vehicle, you have 3 years to lodge. If you don't lodge after 3 years, it also prescribes. Then there is a 5 years, which begins once you've lodged. So from the date of acceptance of claim until the completion of this, so there's a 5-year period there. So those are the periods you're talking with. So there's 2 and 3 to lodge, and then a 5-year for the prescription of the claim.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to question the one of what you told us as well. How do you measure? Are you using CPA or CPM in terms of your return as well, your ROI from this adverts which we are buying from from radio, television, and other social media network?
So what we do is we use the return on investment, and we also look at the profitability in terms of cost per reach. So how many people are you able to reach at what rotation and frequency in line with that particular media? So for instance, now we know that if you look at the circulation figures of print media is the one that is slowly dying in South Africa. So those are the kind of things that we put in place to measure.
My follow-up question on that is that I think you've confirmed that only 3% goes direct to a claim from SARS, am I right? I mean from Road Accident Fund?
Correct.
Now, the effectiveness of that, of buying that ROI now, when you only have this figure, is it only because of the issue which I was talking about earlier, that this application form is complicated? Because the numbers will have grown if those campaigns were effective. Maybe now we'll be talking around 15% that people are coming direct, irrespective of our law. I understand that it's you know, the law which we have doesn't favor our people. You know, it's been proven that it doesn't favor our people. But I'm just trying to find out that the campaign, is that effective? Are you happy with that?
So you are wanting to understand the uptake of marketing campaigns and the direct correlation that it has with how many people are walking through our doors to place their claims directly.
Exactly that, because I heard that it's plus minus 800 to almost R1 billion a year. Am I right? In terms of budget for marketing.
It's R1 billion, my lord, for
5 years.
A period of 5 years, meaning it's 200 million a year.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Polela. And I think, Chair, in my view, in closing, perhaps it would be proper for us to rethink about this issue of making, taking action, not only just, having optics here, that if we are serious about helping our people, I think it's for us as parliamentarians, to make things easier. As I said earlier, that it's a law, unfortunately, that people have to go through lawyers for them to get their money from RAF. But for me, I think we must make things easier on this application, because I was disturbed when you say that there's an MPA as well. It's difficult for you to fill in that form. And not that I don't believe you, but I'm just saying that if you, because you work there, you know exactly what we are talking about. And hence I'm saying it's upon us as well, Chair, as parliamentarians, indirectly, as I've spoken about our own medical aid here, that I wanted to go and get a better rate instead of what I'm paying here. But because of the law, I'm forced to be a member, of a particular medical aid scheme. Hence even our people are forced now to go to a lawyer because it's complicated to fill in a simple form. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skosana. I must tell you, on that question of the medical aid, it makes me want to go to the doctor for no reason. Because of the premium. I'm going to get sick soon. Let me just ask, do you have any comments to make to the honourable members' input?
Indeed, my lord. Let me just clarify something. The Act does allow for direct claims. However, the system is just not friendly to it. Now, interestingly, I heard you say that as members of parliament, you're the ones that need to change the situation, and I'm happy to hear that. We currently have a bill sitting with the Department of Transport. What I would challenge for you, my lord, to do, and all of you sitting here, is to perhaps sit down and spend time to study that bill. And I'm afraid the bill as it is, if you sent it now, is not going to solve what my Lord, Honourable Skosana, would like to be solved. Now, here's my submission to that, my Lord. Once you have a look at it, please remember these words. We need to ensure that there are set fees for how intensively people are injured. In other words, if you've lost a finger, you set a fee. This is how much you're paid. If you have a head injury, etc., etc. Now, how does that assist? That assists in shortening the period by which the claims are processed, because now there's a chart that says, okay, you've lost your leg. This is how much we pay you. You then go to the lawyer only when you feel that you've been hard done by. Number two, what I suggest that you introduce is, in this bill, take away the exclusive purview of the lawyers when it comes to claim. You can even introduce the word brokers. How does that help you? That helps the person in such that even people who are from insurance companies who are used to claims that are fast are then given the opportunity for claimants to go to them so that they can have a claim settled within weeks instead of the 3 years. Because here's what my honourable lawyers do. It is their right. This is what they do is you injure a finger. However, they will send you to as many medical practitioners as possible so that the file is this thick. And that takes time. So that by the time that an injury that should have been paid 50,000 rand, they want it to be paid 2-point-something million rand so that they can get more on the 25%. And as he says, the 25% is very offensive to the claimants. You need to reduce it. I yield, my lord.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. On a lighter note, there's a movie called Philadelphia with Denzel Washington. And his client says that basically the guy walked into a manhole. It was clearly marked. He could see that there is a manhole, so he's asking him questions. You could see there's a manhole, it was clearly marked, you still walked into it. The guy says yes. He says, you want to know if you have a case? The guy says, yeah. He says, yes, you have a case. So that's what you're saying reminds me of. I would like you to ask that you invite me to the meeting where the rates for the fingers would be to observe, because I want to see what price will be put on the middle finger when they. Honorable Madlala, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask a few questions, but maybe let me start here. Honorable Ms. Not Honorable Ms.
Ladyship.
I just want to maybe make a comment on the assertion you made that at times you feel, I think, that committee believes that the members or executive who present themselves here from RAF do not know what they are doing. You made a remark to that effect, and I think probably you take it from the kind of questions that we ask or how you see us interacting with the subjects. I want to assure you that we are of no view, or personally I am of no view, that the executives or the administration does not know what it's doing. But we are engaged in a fact-finding mission, and part of it is not for our own selves in particular. It's for the public, you know. So how we ask things, even if it may sound as silly questions, it is so that a person down in Ngutu or somewhere in Limpopo can understand. So sometimes we'll ask things, even things that we understand, but premise them on the questions we get or the questions that are triggered by the conversation. So I think you have confidence in the fact that we trust that you are there because you've got experience and all of that. But let me just make a few follow-ups before my 1 or 2 questions. I think you also mentioned something about, you said when you were drafting the form, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you're part of drafting the form, but at some point you may have had a look at it and you may have had a feeling that you would not be able to complete the form. I'm not sure if you were part of the formulation of it. Maybe let me just confirm that first.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We were not part of the formulation of the form because that is done by our colleagues in operations together with the guys in legal. But what our involvement is that as a marketing team, we have to put together the format in terms of the creative design of how this final product will look like. So it came in a Word document and we now had to design it. So that was the first engagement we had with the form, and I was like, ooh, even I won't be able to complete this without legal assistance.
And it would be correct to assume that at that point you had no avenue to make an input to it.
At that point, yes.
All right, no problem then. Then the question won't be directed to you, because my question would have been that for who was then the form developed for? Was it developed for the attorneys or for the people, you know? But I think that will be relevant for you, because you are saying that you had no input to say at that level.
But then I just remembered one of the sessions here, I had somebody mention that it even gets to the minister for their input. So I think it's a more legislative thing. Yeah, so it will be the RAF legal team together with the operation guys, but I don't think they have the final say. It gets presented to the ministry for them to give input.
All right, no problem. Let me just follow up on the issue of the T-shirts, of the golf shirts. I need to understand, I've got two invoices. One is 568912, and then I have 56837. They both speak to the procurement of golf T-shirts. Maybe let me start with this question. I think you're still looking for the other one. Have you found the invoices? This is, I think, for Mr. Polela.
568912, I have indeed.
Yeah. And 56837. It is dated 12/06/2024, the 56732. It just has two items, one for 210,000 and one for 85. No. Forget that. Not that one for now, but you can look for that. I'm coming to it. I want the one 56837, which is dated the 4th of the 12th, 2024. It has three items: golf T-shirts, cricket hats, and setup. Do you have that?
56837.
56837.
Is it 568937? That's what I have here. Or
No. It's 56837.
Okay.
But I can ask the question nevertheless. Do you want to maybe? Yeah, I think I can proceed with the question. Well, the first question, I get intrigued by coincidental numbers. You said the T-shirts on 56812 were how many? The one that my colleague, Honorable Skosana, asked about.
Thank you. The two, you mean the golfers' shirts?
Yeah.
Yes. The correct number is 420, as I'm looking at it here.
All right. That's why I'm saying I get intrigued by coincidental numbers. I had the 420, and then I saw that your address is at 420, which Hazel Avenue. So there was just a coincidental number of people that are the T-shirts are procured for. So who are these 420 people that the event was hosting, or that the T-shirts were designed for?
again trying to remind myself which. This was it's the one now with the bucket hats. This was for an event in Durban. It was a sports day for the Road Accident Fund.
So these were staff members for the Durban section, or who were they? I mean, the 420 golfers
from around South Africa.
All right.
From different regions around South Africa.
All right, no, it's fine. The correlation between the two invoices relating to the golf t-shirts. Now that is invoice 568912 and 56837. When I multiplied that for that one, when I divide that 136,500 by 420, it gives me about 325 rands per t-shirt. On invoice 56837, the golfer t-shirt from the same company is charged at 409 rands, and the 409 rands would have been in 2024, and the quantity is 680. So this would have been in 2025, and the quantity is 420, but it's cheaper. I want to just understand that how is this company charging per golf t-shirt? Do they have a standard rate, or it fluctuates subject to exactly what?
No, my lord, I wouldn't have that information.
You wouldn't have that information.
No, it was purchased by Wellness, but so I wouldn't know how much these garments cost.
Oh, and why they cost so much? All right, no problem. Can I get an understanding? You said there was no strategy. There is no walk-in clear plan or strategy to promote walk-ins. I think I understood you to be saying that.
Okay, let me just check back. So before 2019 came, the focus has been for the RAF to drive direct claims. So the 5 years prior to 2019, the focal point of our strategy was to drive direct claims. So in terms of our communication and all the marketing efforts that we were doing at the time, we were focusing on getting to Mkanduli through RAF on the road. And then everything around what we did was promoting ease of access, Yeah. And then all the campaigns that we also drove with the small scale call center was around that. Yes. So prior to 2019, if you got to the RAF, you will find that everything, even our marketing promotional material, were centered around doing that. And we said we want to bring the RAF office to the people of South Africa. And that's what we did. And then the investment behind everything that we did as an organization, not only from a marketing perspective, you will see that we had a fleet of customized RAF Mobi buses that were going into the outskirts areas, and then we will get the outstanding documents. So it was two-pronged in that we are sorting out direct claimants, and then we were also trying to sort out the backlog. So we will say, we'll come fetch your documents, and then for the people who had outstanding documents on their claims, we had a team. It used to be called Mobile Unit or something like that. It was within operations. So these were the guys and a team that was solely responsible to going out to people's houses and getting documents and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you were to ask me about the strategy up till 2019, I will be clear to explain what this business was about.
All right.
Because everything was focused on that.
I get you. I get your response.
Yes.
I think where I'm trying to get at is what then informed your campaigns post 2019. Because now, post-2019, there's no clear strategy. So the golf events you are doing, who are you targeting? What purpose does it seek to serve? The 3-year, which ended this year, of the Comrades Marathon happened after 2019. So what is your target market? Who are you targeting? And what are you trying to achieve with that? Because now there's no clear strategy, as you are saying. Lawyers would understand them as people who can access information, who knows how RAF operate, through which now the claimants are directed, without it being having, put clearly, but, strategically, that seemed to be the case. So what then informed your focus areas and what do you seek to achieve? And I'm mentioning these two things. One, the golf events that you are hosting. What are you targeting? What are you planning to achieve? Or it's just a staff sports day? Because I hear that it was staff members from across different places. So you're not targeting lawyers, you're not targeting the community, it's just a staff sports day. Or are you targeting certain people? The Comrades Marathon is the second one. If you can just give me clarity, the two questions around that, post-2019, obviously. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to try and zoom in from the 2019 all the way to the time that Mr. Polela came as the head of communications, and then he will be able to explain the part where you wanted clarity with regards to the golf and the sponsorships and things like that, because I was not at the office at the time. So when 2019 came, and then we had to pool being on full swing in promoting direct claims, we were focusing on educating our claimants on our product benefits. So all the campaigns that we did during that time was to ensure that South Africans know that there is an institution called RAF and where they can go to get assistance. Because we had what we called walk-in centers, CSCs. We also now hitting the mark of the 21st July 2022, where we introduced the new form. That became a focal point in terms of what we were driving in the strategy. And then there was also an executive direction to say we need to start educating South Africans on the RAF3 form, wherein most people were not aware that if you're an owner of a vehicle and that if vehicle gets involved in a car crash, you ought to let the RAF know about that. If not, then you become liable. So those were the respective educational drives and campaigns that we rolled out in the market during that time. And then we also definitely focused on combating fraud. There was a lot of work that we did where we were sort of like showcasing that RAF is aggressively trying to deal with fraud that's being perpetrated against it. So in the nutshell, that was that. And then, yeah, Mr. Polela can then come in from that period to then say, as per what he was briefed.
Mine from my communication strategy was very clear. It was to empower the people of South Africa as far as our dual mandate was concerned, with information on claims, how to claim, with the contact center that we opened in October of 2023 to ensure that people call the contact center. And earlier this year, we reached the 1 million mark on the calls that we get at the contact center. However, it was clear to me that the focus of the RAF, if we left it to just telling people how to claim, was not sufficient, and hence we made a lot of investment in road safety. The first thing I did was, there was an event by Igagasi FM, it's called Beach Fest, where you have 15 to 16,000 people gathered in next to Moses Mabhida Stadium. These are mostly young people who are told to come and enjoy themselves, and nobody is walking straight. People are sort of walking sideways because they have...
Sorry to disturb you.
Yes.
I just want us to economize on the time.
Especially that your time has run out, but I'll allow you one more question.
Well, to economize, to be economical about the time,
Yes.
You've answered and said, and there seems to be some contradiction I'm getting. So you're saying that the strategy was still clear, that it was to inform people about how to
Indeed.
claim.
Indeed.
Which is direct claiming, right? If you're saying that you are promoting that through these campaigns.
Indeed.
Which is contrary to the feeling that I'm getting that direct claim was no longer promoted post 2019.
Yeah.
So I just want to, just given the specific intents of these two programs, the golf event as well as the Comrades Marathon. So you were also telling people how to claim through them.
No, I mean the event that you're talking about was a sports day for the staff members of the Road Accident Fund, and people were not playing golf. There were people that were playing tug. There were people that were playing football, and there were people that were playing netball. So it was just a sports day for members of the RAF, a situation where people work very hard throughout the year, so there's a time when they gather together and you know, for a social event.
Okay, just one last follow-up, Chair. I'm getting at understanding the strategy issues and all of that. So if there's no intention to promote people coming directly to claim, I want to understand that on the road shows to the rural areas, which I think was a very good thing, the messaging would have been around promoting people to claim directly. So if you change that and say we still want to tell people about our services, what then prevents the road shows from going on? Because even if we are saying you claim through a lawyer, but we still want to create awareness about the services that we have, the benefits that we have as RAF, and also, you know, road safety and all of that. So what then seems, because from where I'm sitting, it seems as if there was also a shift in the methodology of getting through to the people, to media, to more fancier, if I may say, as opposed to going to the rural areas, investing in those trucks or whatever the case is, to get RAF closer to the people. And some of the issues that we have about people complaining would be actually addressed there. You know, the mitigating between the lawyers not doing their job and the people feeling disgruntled, not knowing whether their claims have been processed and so forth, could have been addressed in those close interactions where people get to see RAF in their local areas. So why not change the content and keep the methodology of going to the people, but change the messaging to say, look, these are the benefits we have. While you may go to the lawyers, we are offering this A, B, C, D, and E as RAF. That's the last question. Thank you.
I cannot talk to the buses and the vehicles that she was talking about. That precedes me. However, we still do have community engagements. I did say that we have a timetable, a rotating timetable where, in partnership with community radio stations, my team is very much still on the ground. They were in Mpumalanga, they're going to Durban, they're going to Jozini, so it's still going on. The messaging has changed, yes. Yes, my lord.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mende.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. How I wish I could say I'm covered. Now, I want to pick it up from where my colleague has left off, but with a direct question for both of you. Was there a formal memo issued in RAF stipulating that direct claims must stop?
Not that I'm aware of, my lady.
So what informed the cease of operations where direct claims are concerned?
I think it's bits and pieces of instructions that came. For instance, that's why I was saying the other day when my colleagues were talking about Project Cienza and I was listening to this, I was also confused, right? Because from us, I can directly tell you that in 2020 January, that was an instruction to say we are no longer, from marketing, we are no longer promoting direct claims.
Do you have that in writing?
No. We do not.
Who said it?
It was the executive.
Which executive?
Mpomanyash.
Mpomanyash. Is he or still she there?
It's a she.
Is she there?
Yes, she's still there.
On what On what position?
At the moment, I don't know because I'm not at the office. But the last time, yes. But then she was situated at the CEO's.
No, let me stop the clock and remind Honorable Member, you know her. So she is the head of the CEO's office. She's the one who was sitting at the back there when we were discussing vetting, and you remember, we were asking about correspondence with SSA and so on, and she was answering that bit of the questions. So she's still at the Road Accident Fund. She's not on the EXCO. However, she's acting in an executive role. I'll just ask the team, can you just pull out, there is a document that they sent, so can you just pull out and email it to the members? But she is the head of the Chief Executive's office.
Through you, Chair. At that point in time, she was sort of like overseeing the corporate comms at the time, just to create more context. Yeah, thank you.
By way of clarity, my lord, through you, the lady you're talking about, Ms. Mpomanyasha, has climbed down from that position and she's no longer acting.
Be that as it may, she will have to come here. This has taken a different turn now altogether. Why I'm saying that? These invoices, cumulatively, they don't speak to what RAF has to do. They don't say anything about what RAF should be doing. The reason I'm saying that, today only my colleague seated next to me will see my phone is beeping throughout. Myself and my colleague who serves in transport, we receive no less than 100 calls a day on people who don't know what to do. And secondly, those that have money and find themselves arriving in offices of RAF, they are coerced into getting a lawyer when they go there for a direct claim, but they are coerced into getting a lawyer that their claim will not be smoothless, or rather be quicker if they do it on their own. And I ask myself, so if people in the RAF offices are saying that, and there's no other message that says to the people, you can do it, it can be done, it is possible, and you will not have to forfeit 25% and other transactions that the lawyer would claim to have serviced you if you do it on your own. That message is not anywhere in the country. Now the question is, what is it exactly that we say to the people, and what is this schedule? Paint this picture of a schedule for us. The schedule is, we paid in these invoices an event for 5,000 people in a playground or a small stadium, and we paid Kuzani to come and entertain people. And the central to that event was RAF educating people. Can you give us, what is it that you do? These invoices, what are you paying for in relation to what the message has to be, and how many people has it reached?
My lady, I cannot own up to these events and speak to the specific of what they were supposed to do, because they were not arranged and they're not part of the mandate of my office. However, I will say this to you. We have shared with this committee a large volume of invoices that pay for the work that we are supposed to do. I was saying earlier that we participated at the Beach Fest where young people were carrying cooler boxes, and I decided that we needed to hijack part of that event because they were going there to drink from 10 o'clock to well after midnight. And we knew that many of them were going to be driving themselves home. And so 16,000 people captured audience, hijacked the screen to have the messages, but we have a huge team there that educates these people so that as they get absolutely sozzled, they still remember that they have to get an Uber or a taxi. So there are many of those events that we participate in. We love captured audiences. We sponsored the Metro Awards for that particular purpose because on the day, you have a couple of millions of people that are watching the Metro Awards. Metro FM itself is the second biggest station in the country. When there is a buzz around the Metro Awards, we know that for a month leading to the Metro Awards, well up to the Metro Awards, we are part of the topic. We have many of those, and I spoke about the community engagements. We have since moved from entertainment to, we had a deal with Sundowns, and as you know, the stadiums are full. Football is a religion in this country. We appear on TV. We partnered with Sundowns for less than R1 million. It's getting cheaper. And we have engaged the PSL to continue with this partnership, which is cheaper for the RAF. So we have many platforms. Quite apart from that, we have the festive season, followed by back to school, followed by Easter, followed by the winter campaign, followed by October Transport Month, followed by the festive season when the team came from the agency saying we have an ad saying this, if you do badly, these are the consequences. I said, no, let us shoot it from a morgue this time around, saying, if you disregard the rules of the road this festive season, a guy from the morgue, we are here to receive you. And it was very popular. We even received complaints from the Advertising Standards Board or whatever. But it got people talking because we have to try and save people's lives. We have statistics that say people from the ages of 15 to 34 claim the most from us. And those are Metro FM listeners, and hence we go to that platform. But we have to save these people from maiming and killing themselves so that they can grow up to contribute to this country. So road safety has become a central part of what we do. Because we are at the tail end, but now we're trying to prevent people from coming to us at all. We have way too many claims as it sits.
Yeah, let's try to be short. I get you. You captured the message, my brother, much earlier. This that you speak to these two, you speak to collaborations, well and good, and you speak to the messaging of preventing accidents. That's good. My focus is the people that are affected already. What are we doing to tell them how to get their claims right? You are speaking to other things. They are not wrong. They are correct. I want to understand from these invoices, which ones pin out a schedule or rather meetings, workshops, or whatever that speaks to the message of saying, you are a victim. You are sitting in Kanduli, ungumama owayelimele when you were 25, pregnant with a 6 months, and that 6 months baby today is 12 years. Do you have a claim that's prescribed that is sitting with us, or you don't? In addition to that, Raf was here. I don't know the department of the gentleman, but I think it has to do with communications. The head that was saying, we are phoning now. We're looking for people, anyone on our database, whether prescribed or not, whose claim was never finalized. No one knows that. How are you communicating that? Where in these invoices that you paid for communications of that nature?
In the invoices before you, ma'am, it does not appear. But we have many of those campaigns. Currently, as we sit, we have put together a document, a memo, that talks to know your rights, starting from how to claim, geared towards the people that have already had the unfortunate incident of being involved in an accident. We do have those campaigns, and we have proposed to run that campaign starting from now. We're just waiting for the signatures to be approved, my lady.
So they're only going to start now.
They are currently going on. That is the one that is just focusing totally on the folks that you're talking about, the folks that have been involved in an accident.
Can you please forward us that schedule through the chairperson?
My lady.
Thank you. Now, here, I want to go back to that invoice of the, what is this company? Not Zinge. The other one, Media Mix. Yeah, Media Mix.
Can you please indulge me with the invoice number?
The invoice number.
Look at the payment schedule. The blue and white. I think you are looking at the blue and white payment schedule, Honorable Mend. Yes, okay. Thank you.
No, we're gonna start at, because this one of the blue and white, it doesn't tell us. It doesn't have itemized billing of this was a head, this was a microphone, this was a camera. It is a contract agreement, and it's not really helpful. I want to go to what caused Ms. Mate's suspension, the invoice of 26 million. The advert of 26 million, which was there before your time, Mr. Polela. You were not there. Can someone send them that invoice of that advert? You've got it? The 26 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is why I'm saying this one becomes very confusing because it's not itemized. It's, I think, number 3 from the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah. It's one of those invoices. Please take us through. How did an advert become 26 million?
Okay. So let me just start by indicating that the highest media rate card in South Africa is for television. So now I can indulge the committee members to go to SABC and check the rate card. So I want to see if I'm linked.
Take us to that one, don't.
Yes, yeah.
Take us to that one.
Yes.
What
So that-
informed 26 million from that advert? And also take us through the time frame. How long was this advert gonna run?
Okay.
And how long was the advert itself? It was playing for how many seconds?
Okay, all right. So the flighting was going to be on SABC 1, SABC 2, and SABC 3. So this was a news clock advertisement. Prime time during the news bulletin. The rates there are very expensive. So unfortunately, we do not have the supporting document in the form of the media schedule. That media schedule will indicate the time that the ad was flighting, which will probably be 45 seconds before the hour of 7, and then it will show the rate for the slot that it was booked for, at what time for SABC 1, SABC 2, SABC 3, daily, right? For a period of 12 months. So it's itemized, it shows the rate. So that documentation and everything is there. We can submit that.
What was the objective of the advert?
Okay. So the objective of the advert was that at that point in time, as I've indicated,
that we were quiet for a period of full 3 years. The people of South Africa did not know that RAF was still operational, as a lot of businesses had gone under. And at that point in time, we had certain strategic objectives that we needed to drive. Firstly, at that point, we needed to remind South Africans that RAF, people can claim for the following benefits: death benefits, funeral benefits, loss of support, medical expenses, as well as general damages. So when we went into the procurement process, the strategy was to make sure that we educate South Africans on our products, to remind them that they can come directly to claim with RAF, as well as campaigns that spoke to the RAF1 form. I think a whole lot of advertisement in terms of the concentration went on to that specific campaign. As I've said to you, the key milestone at that point in time was the 21st of July, wherein we had introduced the RAF1 form. So there were adverts on television that we were already doing. We were doing fillers during shows like Mubango and those kind of things. And then we felt that if we needed the news clock, it will augment the work that we're doing. So we booked the full year to then say, what are the 4 key strategic pillars of RAF that we'll be driving as per our marketing plan for the 12 months ahead? And that was booked to communicate those specific things. If this transaction happened before the year 2019, I promise you 90% of the campaigns that you would have seen on that news clock, beyond a shadow of doubt, because RAF had a clear strategy, it would have been saying, come directly. Just like all the RAF material that we pulled out of the market the time that I indicated, we're saying that South Africans, come directly. If you are at Mkanduli or whoever, come on Saturday, because we spend a lot of money advertising RAF on the road. So, yeah, we use that to drive the imperatives of the business at that point in time, which was RAF1 form, because we wanted people to know that if you want to lodge a claim with the Road Accident Fund, this is the form, because the heart was to ensure that we're servicing people at that point in time. And no one was going to get assistance without filling the form, the RAF1 form. So it was a huge drive. I could say that probably 50% of the campaigns there on the news clocks were driving that message on the RAF1 form, and then the next one was the RAF3 form, because at that time the business direction and the indication from the executive was South Africans are not playing their part. They want us to sort out the backlog, but they are not giving us the relevant documentation. And one of the things is that if your car gets involved in an accident, before RAF can do anything, you need to, as the owner of the car, having finished the RAF with the RAF1 form. If not, we are not liable. Yes. So that media schedule details and itemize the slot, the time when it was flighted, how much it was. From the top of my head, an expensive slot on television advert of 45 second can cost, one slot in prime time can cost you almost 189,000. Just that one prime slot.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, one more. We way over, but I'll indulge you with one more.
The answers are too long, Chair.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2. Follow up on your one. What was, you were not clear. That's why I said, Chair, other questions are going to eat up on my time when they are not mine. They were for the evidence leader. You were not clear as to why did you have to withdraw the advert. And what then makes it worse is that yourself, you say, as an educated person, you can't complete the form. Now you pull out educational advert. And you are not making it clear to us what then became the implication besides financial implications. Because what we want, the reason for media or communications to exist in RAF is educational. To educate claimants and people of South Africa how to prevent accidents and how to claim. Those are the two objectives. But now here you are removing that which is supposed to educate people. You're not telling us exactly what informed the removal of the educational advert for the people to be able to complete the form. Secondly, to Mr. Polela, is that for the backlog, now you have spoken to us on what is the plan in terms of the action which RAF is doing for finding people. For the backlog, what was there before this particular action? What were you doing in terms of addressing the backlog and telling the people? So for both of you, thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I come in? I think when you're talking about pulling out, you're referring to the direct claim, ne? That we pulled. Yeah, the adverts that we pulled out. That exercise happened in 2020. So that was an executive decision. Just like an executive decision that was made that we are no longer doing RAF on the road. And to point to you that this was indeed a decision that was thought through by the executive was, I recall there's a time when RAF brought in buses, maybe one bus, which ended up being a road safety initiative bus through our road safety and CSR unit. When we wanted to, that bus, when it came in, we wanted to customize it so that people can come through and do what we used to do with our RAF Mobi bus. It became a very contentious issue, as in, Hlami must know that this RAF bus is not for RAF on the road. There is no more RAF on the road. So that was an executive decision, ma'am. I cannot sit here and answer an executive decision, unfortunately. And then the other question was, I didn't get the last bit that you wanted clarity on.
No, I think it was the second question was for Mr. Polela.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, to the question of the backlog, before the backlog campaign, what was there? We're going along with campaigns, teaching people how to claim, following up on their claims. We launched the contact center when I arrived in October. So the focus was on the contact center to say people must call and find out at which point their claims are, what was needed, if there were documents that were needed from them. We only launched the backlog campaign, as I remember, around April of last year, and spent a huge amount of resources. And I'm sad to say this investment did not yield the desired result. I admit that what was intended, even with the huge investment that we made, did not materialize. There was no malicious intent on our part, but it's simply one of those things where it did not materialize. We learned lessons. We recently had campaigns when we dealt directly with lawyers for them to rather bring the documents, because we realized that if you ask folks to bring documents, they're not going to be able to, because they're not the ones that are driving the claims. It's the attorneys. So we have switched to having campaigns geared towards attorneys. We started in Manlin, Pretoria. We are now going to the East Coast, the Durban region.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to you, Honorable Ghana, just now. Can I just ask, on this ad that led to your suspension, what was it about?
The ad was not one specific ad.
Okay, just explain?
Yes, it
because
was
you
about-
said it was not
Yes, it
in
was
line
about-
with the organizational message or something along those lines.
No, the adverts that were flighting during that time were focusing on educating the market on our products, educating the market about RIF Form 1, and educating the market about RIF Form 3, and creating fraud awareness. So, for instance...
No. So, I just want to know, so Mr. Polela said that he was called by the CEO after seeing the ad on TV, and it appeared to be misaligned to what the message was supposed to be then. Am I correct? And I'm paraphrasing here, Mr. Polela, but I do need to be certain. That's the essence of it. I am asking, so what was the misaligned message? What was the message in the ad that was seen? If I may ask that, I just want to know. Do you know, Mr. Polela?
It should have said, I don't know if at the time we had "Your journey shouldn't end with RIP," but we had a slogan that we were running at the time. It was misaligned with that.
Okay, was the slogan wrong? I'm just...
It was something that we never used before, and hence it was picked up that it was not...
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's okay. I'll use my turn in the questions. I'm delaying the member there. Okay. Honorable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. I was excited that you were going to the first question that I had noted here, and I expected you to go a little bit deeper, because at least I don't know if you have enough time. So the 26 million that we are talking about is the one that got you suspended. Correct, Ms. Mate?
That's what put me on precautionary suspension.
And this was paid 2 weeks before the end of the financial year?
Probably a week or so, yeah.
A week before the end of the financial year?
Yes.
At the time that you made the prepayment to the SABC, how much of your advertising budget will have been left at the time?
Okay. I'm glad that you asked that, because it was probably going to be 80% of the budget of the year. The reason being, I was sitting with this budget. We didn't have a media buying agency.
Sorry, can I ask? So you said 80% of the budget of the year. I can't locate a number in my head. So can you just simplify what that means? I've stopped the clock.
Okay, so I don't remember exactly what was my year budget in 2023, but I will assume 2022. I used to know these numbers from the top of my head. Okay, my budget used to run between 32 million all the way to, with the highest figure being 67 million in 2023. So this thing happened before 2023, because we were talking, okay, I'm losing my trail of thought. So if I say I would have been left with 80% of my budget, it means it was the budget of the fiscal year ending 2023. So 67% or 80% of 67 million. Yes, I'm not that very good, ne?
Just say my budget for the year was 10 rand. I had used 8 rand. So can you speak like that, if you don't mind?
Okay, so my budget for the year was 67 million at the time. I had just used that budget only for the December campaign, which I probably had used maybe 10 million at most. And then back to school campaign would probably have been less than the December budget. So 15 million, so 67 minus 15 is the answer, right? So a whole chunk of my budget was sitting there. And having been in an organization where I've always fought for a bigger budget to say there's a lot of work that we need to do, I knew that our finance guys, they can come here and attest to the fact that every time we went into the budgeting cycle, they were saying, we can only give you 3.5 based on what you have spent. So if that money was sitting there, it would have been taken back to the organization. And then when I go back and ask the organization next year, they would have pulled my variance report for that year and said, but you only spent 15 million. We are going to give you 15 million plus 3.5% increase. So I thought, okay.
So Honorable Ghana will come to the explanation. He just wanted to know the number. So try and keep your...
right.
Don't suppose where a member is going with the question. Just answer the question.
Okay.
All right, thanks. So a week before the end of the financial year, you had money. And you had to find a quick way to spend it. Because if you did not spend it, finance was going to take it away.
No, the week before the end of the year, we had to get into an agreement to ensure that, given the fact that we had not been speaking to South Africans, at that point in time, we were only activating our campaigns 3 months into. Remember, Honorable Member, that contract had only been activated for the December campaign. The media mix campaign contract came into play on the 16th of November. We ran one campaign with that contract. So we were sitting here and we're saying, we've been quiet for a period of 3 years. Like she's saying, we are finding ourselves in a situation where South Africans are calling, and our media and PR team and the marketing team are inundated with these calls of saying, where is my claim, and all these things. So now we're saying, with the money that we have, let's go back to the market and educate the market on what our product benefits are. That was one thing that was relatively new in terms of our focus at RAF at that point in time. We're educating the market on what our key product benefits were. And then we did the introduction of the RAF 1 form, which was crucial. We had only run one campaign only for the RAF form. So it was based on ensuring that we had gone cold for 3 full years, where people are saying, I need to have access to your service.
I'm just trying to, because the members have limited time. I think you had captured the motivation.
At the time that this decision was taken, was Mr. Polela in the employ of RAF?
No, that's why I'm saying he just walked into a time ticking bomb.
All right.
Yeah.
So I will assume that the advert flies round about the end of March, beginning of April. Is that the time that you come into RAF, Mr. Polela?
No, it's way. Mr. Polela comes into the scene in October.
In October? So
2023. This thing happens on the 31st of March, 2023.
All right. All right. Now it's quite interesting. So between the 31st of March and October 2023, the CEO has never seen this advert that has been running on TV, prime time. No one has seen it in the executive. No, at that point, no one has raised the issue with you, because if it's running from the 31st of March, I'll come back to the week, because your answer is not. So from the day that it flies up until Mr. Polela, when you walk into the office, no one raises this issue of the SABC advert. So the CEO has not seen the advert at the time when you walk into the office, Mr. Polela.
So it is possible that the CEO and the executive had seen this advert. But what happens is that in December of 2023, we then have a redirection in terms of slogan, right? And then by March, this slogan is in full play. We have new adverts. I'm not aware of this at the time. Nobody else is aware of it. But if they have seen it, the only reason he picked it up, I assume, is because it didn't speak to what we had agreed starting from December of 2023. That's why it stood out.
So the change, you come in October, you make the change around December, correct?
Correct.
The advert starts flighting 31st or round about 31st March 2023, and it's booked for 12 months, correct, Ms. Mate?
I want to correct you that it didn't start flighting exactly on the 31st of March. It started, there was a week gap. So our financial year starts on the 1st of April. Yes. So it's booked and then it gets onto the logs, right? Of SABC logs. And then the advert starts playing. Let's say, I don't want to commit to saying it was the 1st of April because I don't have the media schedule in front of me. But the media schedule will probably say the ad started flighting on the 7th of April. So it runs from that period, right, which the media schedule can confirm, all the way to this moment where they are having a conversation. And what I'm flagging is the respective campaigns that were flighting during the time were not static. As in, if we were focusing on driving education on the RAF1 form, it means there was creative that was developed, and then we were running a specific, it was on a rotational as per the campaign periods. So I don't know at what stage the CEO then sees this ad that has got a wrong slogan.
That's where I'm going. Mm-hmm. So let's say by the 20th of April, to be as safe as possible, by the 20th of April 2023, the advert is running, correct? And it keeps running up until there's a change of direction after your employment, Mr. Polela. Then after your employment, it says that these adverts that would have been signed off before there was a change of direction are running. What's happening? That's as I get it. Is my understanding correct? That this advert will have been running for 8 months. So since the 20th of April, to be safe.
Yes, and the other aspect is every month we submit to executives a monthly report which then outlines the respective campaigns that we run. It has the screen grabs of the exact things that we are running per campaign.
All right.
So now I'm asking myself, were those reports not read?
All right. So I think now, just to come back to this, you ran the back to school in January 2023. And then you said so for December 2022, you spent around about 10 million out of 67 million, which means you're left. So if we do 20% of 67 million, that gives you, give or take, around about 51 million. That's what you will then have left. So you do back to school, and then you are left with this 51 million, because back to school will end. If I think of the traditional back to school, will end around about the end of January.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. There's one campaign that I missed out. Ne? Then from back to school, we do Easter.
And I don't have my calendar with me. It might very well be that Easter of 2023 happened in March, or if it was in April, it means that this particular deal will have happened between them. So I will presume that you had done, having done the December festive season, the back to school, you could tell now that you have this money, and you said earlier that finance, when you negotiate with them, they look at your spending as you ask for money. They say, this is how much you spend in this year, so we can't increase your budget further because you haven't demonstrated your ability to spend. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
That's what finance do.
Yes.
And you knew that. And now you had give or take 47 million rands with you available in the budget. You have done festive, you have done back to school.
I have done Easter as well.
I'll ask the team chair that they check when was Easter in 2023.
It's important that you do that because the one thing that I also want to flag is in previous years with the previous, I'll say the previous regime, we had used, for instance, when the Easter campaign would fall on those dates, like you are trying to confirm now, that it was falling on the first week of our financial year. We had booked and done and paid for that campaign with the money from the previous year. Like we'll plan it that way to say the little 32 million that I have, it means it has to continue and cover us.
And even after having the commitments for the Easter, you still had
money,
a lot of money left.
Yes.
More than half of your budget. You still had it in your possession.
Yes.
And you then obviously there was two considerations. You don't want to lose the budget because you always advocated for more budget. That's what you said. So like if you don't spend the budget that you had advocated, finance was going to reduce the budget. But also there was now this, having done the back to school and you're going to do Easter and you had done festive, now you still had money left and the money had to be spent.
I do not agree with that, sir.
When was the decision to...
Honorable Kana, your last, it's going to be your last.
Oh, it's going to be my last?
Yes.
Because you are saying that the decision was based on we have cash, we have to squander the cash. And that's not what happened. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I had managed the GCIS contract, which we spent almost 200 and odd million for years. That account was reconned. We were running campaigns. When the contract finished, I said, give us back the money that was sitting there. GCIS bring back the money into the RAF kitty. And with GCIS, they had always drummed it in our heads for more than 10 years. You cannot do financial dumping. So if there is a dumb move that I can make, it's something else, not that.
Chair, you said I have the last one.
That's your last one, yes.
Let me put them together for Mr. Polela, because I had three questions for him, but I'll put them together. So the road safety campaigns, there's RAF, so you are spending money. There's RTMC that also does road safety. I would have wanted to understand the relations, and then you have Arrive Alive, so that's also running in terms of the collaboration thereof. Linked to that, it's the consideration in terms of your let's call it the partners or the radio stations or the newspapers or whatever online presence that's done. Is that something that is done by yourselves or the media companies then advised to say, no, let's go and spend, because I'm from Rise Mzansi, so go to Mpumalanga and go to the Vuma or whatever. What is the consideration in that part there, and then maybe linked to the strategy around legal firms. When you do these campaigns, are there legal firms that will come and also partner with you as you do the campaigns? I rest, Chair.
Let me start on our road safety campaigns in relation to our colleagues with the RTMC, Sunroll, etc. It is only last month, I think, that we sat down and we mapped out a strategy where we were going to collaborate. What we discovered, and I'm going to say who, is that some of our sister entities do not have resources for communications. That is what we observed when I arrived, that there was a huge void in terms of road safety, and hence, when I asked for the resources, I decided that we needed to fill that void, in that there was not enough money being spent on road safety in the country. What informs media partnerships? We are guided by statistics that are released by the RTMC. And those statistics say the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the province of the Eastern Cape, the province of Gauteng and Limpopo are the most problematic provinces in terms of road accidents. And hence we spent more time there. And followed by, obviously, other provinces like the Western Cape and Mpumalanga. So that's what guides us. Now, are there any attorneys that join us in this? No. We have had, until recently, a very adversarial relationship with attorneys, so we would not be able to sit and do campaigns together unless you put a boxing ring. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Polela. Honorable Montana, do you have any questions? No. All right. Can I ask my own, if that's okay? Firstly, do you need a body break at all? You do? Okay. Can we come back? It's now 10:02. Can we come back at 4? All right. Thank you.
evaluation committee, but time has lapsed so that I do not recall.
Okay, so let me refresh your memory. So on the technical score, Businduli Communications gets 80 points. Zinge gets 70, I think it was. Let me find the document and maybe we can. But in the result, the only thing that then the tender hitches on is price. Right? And Businduli Communications offers somewhere between 12 and 15%, which is a bit on the high side in terms of industry benchmark. And Zinge offers 3%, which, as you will see in the invoices, it then says management fee 3%. Can you see that?
Indeed.
Right, and Zinge then gets awarded the invoice on price, because on the technical score, they were lower. They had 70 points, and Businduli Communications at 80 points. Right. And I asked last week when Treasury was here, what happens in those instances? Because I have to tell you, 3% as a management fee is incredibly low. I made an analogy and I said it's like somebody wanting to drive, telling you they can drive a car from Joburg to Durban, from Cape Town to Joburg, and they say it's going to be $800. You know they're going to get stuck in Worcester. Right? You just know it. Because it's not enough. Right? And that's the first problem that one sees with those contracts. Because it also means you are not able to say, why is this taking so long? Where's the account? You phone the account director. So it can't be some manager. Ms. Mathieu, you said there has to be an account director for an account. And that's a person who's at your beck and call.
Yes, and when we used to have a creative agency, we had them on retainer.
So the management fee is a retainer. The really weird thing about this contract is that there is a 3%, which is then not defined. It's 3%. Now, let me then I then asked a question about the subcontracting, about the invoices, about the subcontracting and whether you are cited on their own procurement. Because when somebody says they're going to charge 3% management fee, it says to me either they don't know what they're doing or they're going to overcharge on their invoices, because there's no way you can make it up. You can't. You understand that. So the contract, and I'd like you to comment on that, because I am then going to come to the invoices, at least this small sample that we have, and I will ask you questions about some of that pricing. Right. But on its own, the fact that you don't know the size of your team, the client always knows the size of the team, always knows the account director, always knows the creative lead on the account. It's always like that. So you're telling me that as you sit here as head of comms, you don't know that structure at the agency?
I know the account director. I mean, I do know who the editors are. I know people of different roles, but I just don't have the number off the top of my head.
Okay, if we can be furnished in writing with that information, but there is still a flaw in that information is not in the pricing schedule by Zinge when they submit the bid, right? It's missing information. And that information really, really has to be there. Otherwise, you can't hold them responsible for not having the right people on the account.
As we sit here, we haven't had problems on the delivery. When we do, I remember when we started in December, we met them around the 5th or 6th of December, and by that festive season we were running, and for back to school. So we've never had a problem with delivery.
Okay, no, that's fine. But that's a different point. The point I'm making is this. how you approve, you eventually sign the contract, is that the agency says, we are going to have X number of people on the account, these are their roles, and these are their CVs. So that you can say, I don't want this account director, this person has not worked with road safety at all before, I don't want them. I want somebody with this kind of experience. That's part of the negotiation in these kind of contracts. So that is missing is a problem, but we don't need to canvass it any further, suffice to say. So the second thing is that the strange thing on the invoices is that for each invoice, there is a management fee. That's also generally not, because remember, your management fee is your retainer. The salaries that you pay the people that service the account don't depend on invoicing. They are premised on the quantum of the contract and the salaries that those people are going to get paid and the overheads, the telephones and that kind of thing, and estimate. That is not on the invoice.
So on that point, my lord, I remember that there were one or two invoices in the beginning when the management fee was not there. And finance insisted that each and every invoice had to be accompanied by a management fee included in that invoice. I understand that you say that you find it peculiar that it is included in every invoice, but it was an instruction from finance.
Here's why it is unusual. If the road accident fund decides for whatever reason, let's say for instance with, let's say there's another pandemic, right? The people already work there, or for whatever reason you decide that you won't do road shows, you won't do campaigns anymore and that sort of thing, right? That means if you are invoicing less, the agency has to subsidize you for the people they've employed for the curation of that contract, because it's purely based on invoicing. That's why that structure is there. It also guarantees you good quality people that are going to work on the account. So I must just say, from a contracting practice point of view, the contract is deficient for that reason. Finance might have insisted, but finance's insistence does not accord with how these kind of contracts work. And that's explained by you not being able to tell me or to tell the committee how many people work on the account. You genuinely are supposed to know that at your level, because it speaks to the possibility of delivery. So that's the one aspect of it. I also want to just ask some questions around the contract itself. So Ms. Mampe Kumalo signed both contracts. I am just worried that I have it. Which one is this? This is, so this is the signed thing, a contract. Can we go to where the signature is on this contract? You've got the same contract, correct? Do you have it with you?
This doesn't seem to contain pages, my lord, because I am seeing a signature. Okay. Yes, I see the signature. So they are as follows in the contract that I have.
We're talking about Zinge, right?
Indeed,
yes,
my lord. So the signatures are as followed.
Right.
In the document that I have before me. There is a signature by the CFO, Beniz Potgieter. There's a signature by Collins Litsualo. There is a signature by Moses Nyama. Then there's a signature by the then chair of the board, Ms. Lorraine Francois.
Okay, we will need to resolve this at another time. The version that we have has the contract signed at Pretoria on the 19th day of February 2024 by Ms. Mampe Kumalo, signing on behalf of the chief executive.
No, my lord, this was signed in 2023 because we started working with this account in 2023. So by the time we started working with it, on it, in December of 2023, it would have been signed, and it has been signed by the individuals that I have mentioned.
No, that's why I'm saying we'll have to reconcile
Indeed.
them, right? So I don't think we're going to resolve that. We have been sent a version that I'm looking at now where the contract is signed on the 19th of February 2024 by Ms. Mampe Kumalo at 1519. There's even a digital stamp on here. So we'll have to resolve that. But I really would like us to have the same version that you have because we need to understand why they don't talk to each other. The counter signing party on the other side is Mr. Nesengani at Zinge. Is that correct?
Yes, I see there's a page that my colleague has found, which is attached to this, which I'm speaking about. So I see that and I can't speak to it. Because in the one that I'm talking about, there is a counter signing in 2023 as well by Mr. Nisingani in December of 2023.
Okay, Mr. Polela we will just have to resolve that issue because the contracts are supposed to look the same. That they don't appear to look the same is something that we must just deal with. Okay, so there are questions around the content of the contract for me, and I've raised my issues with them, and maybe someone will have to get somebody from supply chain to explain to us how it was that there is no specification in terms of the capacity that is going to service the contract. May I ask that we also go together to the Media Mix 360 contract? And I accept you were not there, Mr. Polela. Ms. Mate, you were there. But I just want to raise a small issue there. Were you able to locate it? Oh, you've got it. On the signature page, right? The signature page. On the contract, it will say page 13 of 32. You got it. Okay, so it's once again signed by Ms. Mampe Kumalo, right? I noticed that the date is the 22nd of February 2022. The typed in date. Are we together?
Yes.
Can you see the digital stamp below Ms. Mampe Kumalo's signature?
Yes.
Can you read it out?
It says February 2022.
No.
The
February 22.
Yeah, it says, February 22. Yeah. 2023. Time 2026.
You see my problem. On the actual contract, apart from the digital stamp, it says 2022. But the date on which, because Ms. Mambe Kumalo does not use her hand to sign on the signature, it's a digital signature, right? And Adobe then stamps the timestamp. It's a year later. Can you see that? Right. That's a problem. That then has to be investigated, and maybe she has to come and explain herself, but that is an anomaly. There is a further issue then, which is Mr. Kona, the counterparty for MediaMax 360, signs the contract on the 8th of December when?
2022.
So, it appears that he signs a year later, at least on the version where the date is manually entered. Can you see there? Signed at Pretoria on the 22nd day of February 2022, which says to me the Road Accident Fund signed first. And then in December later that year, it was signed by Mr. Kona. Either that or the date of 22 February 2022 is actually incorrect. What really happened is that Mr. Kona signed this contract first on the 8th of December 2022, and Ms. Mambe Kumalo signed it a couple of months later in 2023. That's what it would suggest. One of the two has to be correct.
I see that. So in terms of my recollection, if you remember in one of the discussions earlier on, I indicated that we started working with them around the 16th of November because of the agency, and we were finished with a document that I can't get right even from the first time, SB something, 7 point whatever, where contract management sends this document and say, this is the bidder that's being awarded this tender bid. You can start working with them. We are finalizing the contract. So I think...
Around when is that?
Around November. So this date of the 8th of December, for me, sounds more reasonable, but I'm not the contract manager. That can be quickly sorted out with them in terms of when they moved things through to the service provider to sign, and then when it went to the executive to sign.
Okay, so you started working with them before the contract was signed?
Yes, the same. That's what I said earlier on in the morning when I said this applies to the situation with Zinge. That we were given this form from the time they awarded the tender. SCM sends a document.
We were on MediaMax 360 now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So the reason why I am bringing Zinge is that the same thing happened. So they award and they send us this form. And they say, guys, you can go right ahead and meet with the service provider and start briefing them for work. In the meantime, when we finalize the signatories on the actual contract copies. So with that form, we are then connected with the service provider. We do the meeting, and then we start briefing the December festive season campaign. So that's what happened with MediaMax. Hence, I'm saying there is an explanation from the SCM perspective in terms of the dates and everything, because they've got a trail of emails as well when they were sending to us as a business unit, that form I'm making reference to, as well as when they were communicating the award letter to the service provider and the actual contract for them to consider. Yes, yeah. But a person from SCM will be able to take us step by step.
Okay, we will pursue that information. So let's stay on on the Zinge contract. So I think it's in terms of clause 8. Clause 8 of the Zinge contract. So it's clause 8. It's page 8 of 30. Subdelegation.
Sorry, what's the page again, my lord?
It's page 8 on the actual contract, and I'm worried that we may not have the same version. But the Road Accident Fund appears to have box standard contracts, so sub-delegation. Let me just read it to you so that we can get to the nub of what I'm saying. So 8.1 says the service provider shall not subcontract to any third party any portion of the services that must be provided under this service provider agreement without the fund's prior written consent. I asked you earlier on about the procurement of the service providers in and of themselves. And I asked if you guys get involved in their procurement decisions, and you said no. Do you recall that conversation in the morning, Mr. Polela?
Indeed, I do.
How do you understand that clause to mean? What's your understanding of that clause relative to the fact that? Let me start here. Does Zinge organize the events themselves, or they engage an events management company?
They organize themselves, my lord.
They organize themselves?
Yes. It's the same with production. They do it themselves.
You absolutely certain?
Indeed.
Okay. So the only subcontracting they do, as it were, would be then purchasing consumables, merchandise, T-shirts, whatever the case might be, I would imagine. But everything else they deliver on their own.
Production, events, yes, they deliver. Media, I don't know who was talking about those media events that we had with the CEO. They organize themselves.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. No, that's fine. Don't. It's not a trick question. I just want to be certain because there is a fair amount of subcontracting. So the issue around the invoices and the detail on them has been canvassed and so on. I do want to ask some questions of principle around the procurement by the agencies on behalf of the Road Accident Fund. And I do want us to talk to the same invoice at the same time. There is one where the agency has purchased, okay, it's invoice 56732. So that's the one from the date is 12 June 2024. But let me just say why I'm asking. So there are 1,000 branded transparent bottles at 85 Rand per item. Well, can you see? Oh, you haven't seen it yet.
Bundle that I have was compiled by my lady, my PA, so it's not the one that was supplied by the
No, it's supposed to be in the one I gave you.
Oh.
When I gave you mine.
Okay.
So when I gave you mine, I wanted us to talk to the same. As your colleague found it, I think she's found it at the back there. Would you be able to say what those bottles are? I mean, do they have water in them, or are they just transparent bottles? I'm just trying to understand. So they branded Road Accident Fund, I'd imagine, or some such, at 85 Rand each.
No, I wouldn't say what those bottles are.
What do you think of the unit price?
It does seem exorbitant, my lord, yes. Indeed.
Okay. And we're going to go to a couple of places. And so it speaks on a level of principle to the fact that when you don't get involved in assessing whether your agency pays value for money, to Honorable Beasley's question earlier, you pay 85 Rand per bottle. And you sign it off.
Yes.
Right? So that's one example I'm going to give you. Let us go to there's one where there are golf shirts, where there are 600 and some odd golf or golf t-shirts or whatever. You remember that one? It's also in my bundle. And I promise I will just make my point around the invoices after this and not belabor every invoice, because I think we just need a couple to make the point. So that's invoice 56837. 56837. That one is from the 4th of December 2024. So it's just 2 pages. Attached is sort of the usual documentation that you send with it. That's signed by Manini.
Okay, it's one of those.
You can see it.
56837.
Can you see that?
I can't see the actual invoice, my lord. Not yet. 56837, you said.
56837 is from the 4th of December 2024. Let me say what is in it, because
sure.
I think so. There are 680 golf shirts at 409 each. I must tell you that that's also a serious price for corporate apparel. In fact, if you look for corporate apparel now, you look for golf shirts, they will range from 200 and some odd Rand up to the 300s. The Road Accident Fund, there is paying 409. It's just the principle, right, that I am speaking to Mr. Polela, which is when the agency, because what in effect appears to have happened here is that the budget of the Road Accident Fund has been externalized and the procurement is opaque on the other side. And they can do whatever they like. And we don't know whether they are not actually buying it from their cousin, because you guys don't get involved.
I accept
you really couldn't say, right? If they were purchasing it from a cousin and keeping it in the family, you wouldn't know.
No, I wouldn't. I would, my lord, and I do accept your point.
And secondly, that it's possible that you have been overcharged on numerous items and you really wouldn't know.
I don't know, my lord. I mean, we would have to look at these and go back and find out. But I do accept that your point, and we do have some serious lessons to learn from these.
That is why, Mr. Polela, 3% is too low. The reason, when somebody tells you they can do 100 million Rand account with 3%, anybody, and I'd really like to know about the panel of people that looked over this thing. When somebody says 3% for this kind of contract, I would fall off my chair. Because it would tell me either they don't know what they're talking about or they're going to do this kind of thing to make up the number. They can't make it otherwise. That's what it means, right? And it is such a wide thing they've got discretion on, because basically 80 something odd million is there for them to spend, right? Because you don't look who they're purchasing what with. They just send you invoices and say 3% management fee. So I know we want cheap prices, right? We want fair price. We want the most competitive price, but you get this kind of thing when somebody says, I can drive a car from Joburg to Cape Town for $800. You know, you end end up paying like this. Let's just talk about the expenditure on this contract. I mean, I'm looking at, and this is now Media Mix 360. And the expenditure for the financial year that ended, so forget the first one, is 18.5 million. Things really escalate thereafter in that year, in that following year, to the extent that the Road Accident Fund, if I am watching correctly, spends over 150 million. In the first financial year, you spend 18.5 million, and then in the second financial year, you spend 161 million.
So
100 and I mean, just give us an insight, because I don't know any organization that exceeds a budget by that much.
Yeah, so I can only offer you this reply. So when I did arrive and I did do a presentation to the board, I did indicate to them that in the first 2 years, our spending will be up, and it was, because, as I did mention earlier, it was clear to me that this was an organization that was starving their claimants of information and the people of South Africa information. So, as it pertains Media Mix, you must remember that these contracts run in tandem. So, it would be interesting to go back and see at the same time how much did we spend on Zinge. Because again, they're running in tandem, because I said first year, starting from when we started in December 2023 to around December 2025, we were going to spend more, and I did warn the board, because we needed to run as many campaigns as possible. We needed to do community engagements. We needed to do media partnerships. So that the shoot up in terms of spending is exactly that. But we also have this situation where we have campaigns that were not part of the plan, like one where we spent just over 30 million, the one that I talked about, the backlog campaign. And then we have another situation, which is why you see this invoice for the offending one that we keep going back to, for the T-shirts, for the bucket hats, where you now find other units using the same contract. So it's bound to sort of drive up the figures. We have put a stop to it because we've realized that this was going to, even in the event of Zinge, make us to exhaust the value of the contract quicker.
I'm running this far ahead. I imagine you have quarterly reviews with finance about budget.
We do.
So at a point where they tell you, Mr. Polela, you're running out of money here in your cost center. What has been the discussion? There has to be a specific discussion about where those funds get reallocated from. Have you had that conversation?
We've had a discussion where we've come to the sort of almost tail end of where I had said, let's oversaturate the market, for a lack of a better word. And so we've come to a period where we said, oh goodness, we might have to spend around, say, 20 million next year. Because as it pertains Media Mix, we don't have enough money. So we're going to have to slow down as it pertains to them.
You understand the implication of slowing down, right?
I do understand the implication of slowing down, but we're going to have to find a way. But that was always the idea from the start, to say from the first 2 years, we're going to introduce the brand as if it has never existed before, to firm up the brand with the people of South Africa. And then we were going to plateau and sort of continue on from there.
So let me ask the question this way. So the extra 61 million rand that year, where was it reallocated from?
I don't recall, my lord.
It's a big number. You would have
61 million.
Yes, because remember the annual expenditure on the contract is 100 million in terms of the contract, right? You end up spending 161 million. You have quarterly reviews with finance where they show you your projections for the next quarter and the rest of the year, right? It's clear that you're going to exceed your budget by 61%. So where were those funds reallocated from?
My lady next to me has just reminded me that actually we did go and pray to the CFO for extra funds, and she did indulge us. But it didn't mean that those extra funds did not eat up from the media mix contract going forward. So indeed, we did speak to the CFO, and it was signed off from the executive office, my lord.
Okay, so the situation that you are facing, and I'll step off this level of expenditure, and again, I'm just illustrating something. So the situation that's clear is that by the end of this year, at the current rate of expenditure, you should have I mean, you're going to have the festive campaign and all the rest of it. You should have exhausted this contract. And anything for the next 2 years would be deviation. You're not allowed by Treasury to spend that kind of money on as an extension of the contract, right? So I'm supposing this contract will soon come to an end, right? And here's the thing about this contract. So the history of it, as we were told today, is that for booking purposes, you were using GCIS. There was a study done to see whether booking the ads, not integrated services, booking the ads with GCIS would be cheaper or not. It came back and it said GCIS would be cheaper. By executive decision, you were told to go on, not you, I mean the organization was told to go on a tender. Nonetheless, they did go on a tender, and in no time, the level of expenditure here is not matched by the level of expenditure on the creative side, because the supplier of the material, Media Mix 360 books, is Zinge. You understand? And so anyway, so the history of this says to me, the history and the rate of expenditure says your colleagues in audit and forensics need to look at both contracts. They absolutely have to. They need to look at what these agencies are charging you for the various items. They need to look at whether people are not procuring from their cousins and the friends of friends and friends of people in here. That's road accident fund money, and you guys can't say whether that's what happens. Let me ask a philosophical question, but it's really important. So your media and marketing budget appears to be north of 200 million, because you also have your own overheads and so on. Your staff costs are not here. All your own overheads as a division, right? So this 200 million is but a portion of what you spend. You know, the interesting thing about these two contracts is that the quantum thereof is exactly the same. It's 500 million each. I must tell you, that split makes no sense in the real world. The way that this should happen is that your biggest expense is on the booking side, because you're paying for TV, you're paying for all of these things, right? About 30% of your expenditure is on the creative side. So basically, that's the split. Here it's 50-50. There is no universe where in the same period a creative and integrated marketing agency runs a similar level of expenditure to a booking firm. The booking firm always gets more. So when you look at these contracts in that way, you also look at both of them together and you think, hey, something doesn't add up, right? So the committee doesn't have the time and the means to work through all of this, the content of the contracts. If you had to read tonight, read both contracts. They're exactly the same. The offering is not. It's a problem, right? The one is 7-a-side soccer, the other one is 11. And the expenditure is the same. The contracting is the same. There are elements in it that are missing. Let me ask a couple of questions and then I'll just check if I'm not forgetting anything. So, from the media booking side, from Media Mix 360 side, how much by way of refunds, I mean in percentage terms, do you get back? You know what happens. So you book an ad on 702 with Bongani Bingwa. He has a fiery conversation with Honorable Mondana there. And that ad that was supposed to run at 6:55 doesn't run. Because Honorable Mondana is saying one last thing. You remember? So, sorry, Honorable Mondana. So, the practice is, there is another agency that does the checking of whether, so they look at the same schedule by Media Mix 360 to see if the ads that you pay for have actually played at that time, to that rotation. Do you guys have an agency that does that?
Currently, we do not have, in terms of the monitoring side of things, but we used to have.
Okay, may I ask why you don't have it?
I think it's SEM challenges. Went to the market, came back. Okay, so the reality of what we're dealing with in terms of communications at RAF is that, with regards to the framework, for instance, we used to have a social digital media manager who used to get so frustrated. She's since left the organization, in that she will want to go purchase, let's say, Getty images, right? And then we say we need to go into the normal RFQ process and we need to get these images because they are in line with what they want to drive from a brand perspective. And then through the SEM process, the licensing of utilizing those images end up being an amount that she says, if I was using a company card, we could be paying 2,000 rand for this. You see what I mean? So the reality in terms of overhauling and making sure that everything is sorted out, it has to be holistic, just like when we're approaching the issues pertaining to sorting out the legislative framework at RAF. And the other thing that over the years I have said is, if you are in the private sector, the guy who is doing buying for mining is usually a person who has experience in that space, right? And then in most SOEs, the buyer who is buying media services is the guy who's buying milk and whatever, you see. And then we also need to also have a look at non-conventional ways of making sure that we have tracking services, like you're asking why we don't have that.
Yeah, look, I mean, you don't need to workshop the solution here.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that, so do you see the other point of leakage of, you understand, right? Which is, you as you sit here, you don't know how much of the ads you've paid for have actually played. I mean, radio hosts, and I think Mr. Polela, you might have an idea given your background, get fired sometimes because they just keep talking. They don't play the ads, and then the radio station has to refund the money back to the client, right? And you guys don't do that.
We just have a media monitoring company that sort of looks at articles and your normal one. It doesn't go that deep, my lord. You're correct.
Okay, so we're not going to review both contracts in detail, and that's not the objective. I think we can all agree that the inception of both of these contracts and the implementation thereof, as well as the payments made on these contracts, need to be looked at with a forensic lens, right? Because already in this short time, we've identified so many gaps in them. Yes, right? And that's an issue, and that's something that we're going to have to deliberate on as a committee and make representations. I also think that it is particularly important that the Road Accident Fund gets cited on who these agencies spend money on and whether there are no conflicts of interest therein. Because you guys don't know. If it was you guys, somebody would need to recuse themselves in some cases. With them, it's a free-for-all. So it's 160, in this case, 161 million. In the case of the other guys, it's tens of millions. They just get to spend it whichever way they feel. And you guys are not involved. And that's unusual, I have to say. And I think that clause there that says, we need to see what you're doing and you need to come and get permission from us is important. Here's the last reason why it's important. They may engage a service provider whose MD has used the K word, uses it liberally. You get where I'm going. And now it's you who has to answer. But why are you, do you see why that's important? There's all manner of things. Even a Ket Matlala could be involved there and you guys don't know. No, I'm saying, it's a hypothetical. Ket could be involved and you guys don't know. So we've established that this 1 billion over 5 years, you are not cited completely on how it gets spent and the pricing around it and whether you're getting value for money on, right? And a lot of it has been spent so far, and therefore there is a need to look backwards to see whether the Road Accident Fund has not been, taken for a ride, right? So this is not a gotcha. But I think these are substantive. We can all agree that these are issues that we need to look at. A couple of final points. One of the things in the contracts was that, part of it was that you're going to tell people that the Road Accident Fund pays in 120 days. I found that interesting. The Road Accident Fund never pays in 120 days. In fact, there's an agreement with the court that is 180, and even that doesn't happen. So did that part of the planning happen? Was it implemented?
I'll put it this way. We do mention 180 days because that's the...
Contract says 120.
I know.
Why would it say that if the Road Accident Fund just never pays in 120 days? Not even 180.
I'm not smiling because I'm unmoved by this, my lord, but I do take your point.
Okay, these are issues with the contract, given the information that we have. So let's leave it here for the members. And there genuinely are issues with these contracts. The content thereof, and that sort of thing. I just have for you, Ms. Mate, some questions around this Media Mix 360. So you went and you presented to the BAC. Did the BAC give you any feedback around the evaluation of which media placement booking option would be cheaper? Did they tell you what they think, or they said, okay, we've heard you, now leave the room?
When you said I went and presented at BAC, which submission was that?
The submission about the costing analysis of whether a GCIS would be cheaper as a booking agent versus anyone else.
So how the process works is you come in, you present, they sit, they deliberate, they make a when you present, they will ask questions. You engage with them, explain, just like you have looked at our documents and you are asking for clarity questions and stuff. And then once they've done that, you leave the forum. And in most cases, it happens virtually or physically. And then the next thing that you get is a BAC resolution.
Who chairs the BAC? Who chaired the BAC, this one that we're talking about?
Back then, I will think it was the CFO, but I don't know at that time, was she acting as the GM for SCM, or she was now...
Is that Ms. Potgieter?
Yes, yeah.
Ms. Potgieter was, okay. We have a few things to discuss with her, so this is one of them. Who else is on the BAC? By way of roles, I mean, I'm not asking for names. Yeah.
Yes, it's people from legal, compliance, SCM, and sure, those are, I think there's also colleagues from risk. Yes. Yeah.
All right.
So I think the representation of the BAC it's mostly constituted like they run STECO. So it has to be cross-functional with the respective.
Okay, but basically the person in the role of the chief financial officer, whoever they may be, is the one who chairs the BAC, correct? Final question from me, and I'll ask if the members have any, so we've had, I'll put a proposition to you based on what we've heard as a committee over time, right? So we have heard from you colleagues, that direct claims were not a thing that you put out there by executive decision, and we're going to canvass that with the relevant people, right? But that's direct claim. In your experience around the same time, Ms. Mate, was there, to the best of your knowledge, any related decisions around the number of activations, the extent of the activations generally, the outlets in hospitals and so on, or whichever form they took to make people more aware? In other words, was there a reduction of the road accident fund's footprint at any point, to the best of your knowledge? Because I'm supposing you would then need to support them with material, whether that is teardrops and A-frames and all of these things. Was there a related reduction in the infrastructure that you used to support?
I'll say yes, because at the same time, a couple of CSCs, which were customer service centers, were closed. I know that because we used to do the branding, and then since reduced the budget ask when we went into the budgeting cycle for those, as well as what we used to call hospital-based centers. Yes.
So those were closed as well.
Not completely closed, but then
reduced. The number was reduced.
Yes.
Okay, we'll ask for that information. So here's a picture that emerges from the hearings and the information that we have. It appears to me that there was a deliberate effort to actually reduce the number of claims that make it onto the road accident fund system from all different angles. Reduction of the footprint. You no longer tell people they can make direct claims. You introduce a rough one form, which is incredibly difficult to fill in, right? We had evidence here last week from the people that do the ICMS system to say they've been told to build the system such that it doesn't accept the attached documentation of a claim that is incomplete. So even if you've got one document missing, they can't register it on the system. Everything has to be in there. As a consequence, the number of claims the Road Accident Fund is able to process each year has fallen precipitously from 257,000 at some point in the last couple of years to 63,000, while the Road Accident Fund continues to spend just about the same as it did when it was finalizing 257,000. And in that time, there are 2 contracts for R1 billion. And that's the challenge for the committee, looking at the facts in their totality, so that you understand the range of the issues that we're looking at. Honourable members, do you have any further questions for the witnesses? Okay, there's lots of hands. I'll start this side now because I had started that. So can I ask? It's really up to you whether how long this takes, right? So I don't want to. So should we do time limits again? Because almost everybody's hand went up. Okay, can we do 5 minutes? Would that save everyone well? Okay, 5 minutes. Denzel, do your thing. So, Honourable Ment.
Thank you very much. Firstly, South Africa is battling with two things. One is a lack of confidence and a recognition of black excellence and black leadership versus maintaining the status quo, meaning that a certain portion of people reserve power and they are entrusted with power. Secondly, is corruption, which is fed and perpetuated by people in power. So in RAF, we have a situation where there's a portion of people who are fighting for RAF to remain a cash cow. And throughout this engagement, I wanted to establish if through the transformation that we want RAF to be, as well as the new legislation that we want from RAF, in order to transform it in source and clean it completely. Where are you in the transformation? And what are your aspirations in the transformation of RAF? Where do you think RAF must change? Then two, in the current operations, especially with these these invoices we read, given what your answers were to the chairperson, I want to understand, do you have a schedule of prices? If you say, we will not sign it if a golf shirt is above 300 rand, whatever justification you say, you are our agent, but a t-shirt will not exceed 300 rand. A bottle of water will not exceed 30 rand. Do you have something like that? Or it's just a free-for-all? If you come with 1 million rand for a bottle, for as long as you can tell us it's for an event, we'll get it. Thank you.
Let me start, my lady, with the last question on the schedule of prices. I did submit earlier that we do not have such. We rely on supply chain to do that exercise when such quotations come through. On the first question where you say, on the transformation of the RAF, I did submit to you, my Lord, my prayer for the transformation of the RAF and what I would like to see. Now, and here is what I'd like to add. The challenge that we have in South Africa is that when we have a bill, it takes way too long to become an act. So I don't know, sitting here and now, what the committee would do to ensure that the transformation that we wish for in the RAF happens quicker. We have a new acting board, interim board, and they're really trying very hard to transform the RAF. I have sat with the chair of the board and I put it to him that if he stays long enough in the RAF, he is going to end up becoming part of the problem, because I have seen it happening. Structurally, if we don't change or transform the RAF as it is now, broken and dysfunctional, nothing is going to happen. And that has to start here, from these walls and these corridors, my lady.
Last one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polela. But besides that which you have indicated earlier on in terms of direct claims and the lawyers and the vagueness of lawyers versus coming, you've indicated that in terms of your aspirations. But in terms of especially the department you serve in, communications, what do you think the legislation has to tighten or rather strengthen in order for communications of RAF to work in a way that is going to service and benefit the people of South Africa than what it is now, where if someone says, stop this, then you stop it. But you know for a fact that if I stop a message on direct claims, it means people won't know. But I'm told I must stop it. What else can I do? How do we address that legislatively?
My lady, I don't know if there is ever going to be legislation that would stop that practice. I'm being honest with you. When individuals that are powerful give you an instruction and there's nothing that you can do, and we've seen it many times, there's absolutely nothing that you can do. Even if there is a legislation that is so hard that will put them to jail. Otherwise, they will put you out of the RAF. That's why sitting here we have people that have been put out in the RAF, even that when there is an instruction from a court of law that they reinstated, that they had not come back to the RAF until recently. So you cannot add anything to the legislation to that effect, my lady.
Ms. Mate, you want to assist? Thanks, Mr. Polela.
Okay, I also wanted to bring in the issue of governance from how we put together the board of institutions like the RAF. Like the other time I was listening, I couldn't listen anymore when you asked DOT to explain if there's a framework of how you put together a board. And that conversation made me so, I don't know. I was like, that's why we have a bloodbath. That's why we are sitting here and we are trying to fix things that shouldn't have even been needed to have been fixed. It starts from there. So every single decision on the value chain gets us somewhere. It's either we get to a point where we are helping that mama at Mkanduli, or we're sitting here brainstorming things for the next 10 years, up until some people feel like there is no hope anymore. So let's just start doing what we need to be doing, which is to hold each other accountable. Because I'm thinking, lives of claimants, how do you get from servicing claimants of 250,000 to 63,000 people? On whose watch? On all of you's watch. On the board's watch. I say there was a bloodbath at RAF and everybody just waited on the fences. And it was about self-preservation while lives were ruined. And we are sitting here with a big collateral damage. People who are dying with bed sores. People's careers that are ruined. You've met the Johns of this world. There's no amount of money that RAF can give to a person like John after the trauma. So what I'm saying is, yes, there is legislative reform, but when you are sitting here, just know that you are the voice of many South Africans. And you can't be calling people and you're asking them, are you vetted for 5 years? On the watch of South Africans who were coming and we had a full term of 5 years. You guys were asking, are your executives vetted? Guys, we've let each other down. And the biggest loser here is the claimant. when history looks down the line, we must ask ourselves, were we on the right side of history?
Thank you. Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Skosana rises on a point of order.
On a point of privilege. No, for the sake of time, Chair, can we take maybe 3 hence instead of 1-1? Okay. Yeah, please.
That is a very good suggestion. We'll do Honorable Matlala, Honorable Montana, and Honorable Maduna from Dubai, and then we'll take questions.
A poor aspirant capitalist, that one. My question is around that tender, that 20-something million tender. I just need to understand a few things. So it's going to be maybe 3 questions, but they are short questions. That the one that was awarded some days before the end of the term. So I want to understand, one, when the strategy changed, because there's allegation that it was no longer aligned when it was picked up. Why was there no alignment or operationalization of the strategy such that there's an alignment of advertisement and all of that? So we've got an advert running, it no longer links, allegedly, no longer links to the strategy at that particular point. So my assumption that we need to then realign everything to speak with one voice to the strategy. Why did that not happen? Number 2, at the point that it was withdrawn, how much time was left of the 12 months before the end of the term that it was contracted for? And then did we then replace it? Was there any effort to say, we can withdraw it today, so for some few days we're not running anything, but we then readjust our content so that we don't lose the money, and then we put it back if there's still even enough months or time to run? And how much then became a wasteful expenditure of it? So for how long did we have a spot at SAPC where we're supposed to be running an ad and we're not running any ad? And obviously we are paying for it. Thank you.
I am not aware that there was any time.
Sorry, Mr. Polela. So what we'll do is just note down the questions, because the next honourable member will ask Honourable Montana.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to confirm. Did I understand you clearly to say the CFO was chairing the bid evaluation committee, or you're trying to say someone from finance said there? I think
no, BAC.
The BAC, yes.
AC, not the EC.
Oh.
Bid adjudication committee.
Yes, I thought that's what I was saying, Chair.
No, you were saying evaluation.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Chair. Yeah, I was referring to the BAC. And related to that, I mean, do you think that's a desirable governance situation with the CFO chairing the BAC? I see in terms of the 26 million rand contract, if it was not cancelled, on average, you'd be spending about 2.2 a month, if it was not cancelled. Because you said it's over a 12 months period, isn't it?
Which one are you referring to?
I'm referring to, what is it?
These guys play with big money, so
no.
We get lost in the numbers. Are you referring to the SAPC?
SAPC one, yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right.
I'm looking at the invoice. I was trying to get the invoice number. So on average, it would have been 2.2 million that we're spending. And I just want to have a sense of the other contracts. You mentioned 10 million, 5 million, because I'm trying to look at the cash flow situation in terms of all your contracts. Finally, the two of you made some very interesting points about the reforms of the ref. But I didn't get, to put my hands on exactly. I know you said, you just concluded and said, we are failing the graining from Kanduli. But you're not specific enough about what are these reforms?
Honorable Montana, you are in trouble outside with the streaming people. They say your mic is too far.
Yeah, no, sorry.
I always prefer to speak like a shop steward. But let me conclude. I think you guys are. I think I hear the cry, but I can't put my hands on the specific reforms that you think will save. Maybe it's not for today. You'll raise it at some other time. But I'm trying to get a sense of what exactly are you recommending to the committee to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Honourable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm also going to follow suit and be short, not long. No, Chair, I want to firstly ask, what would have been the reason for the scope change, as in from when you would have submitted to GIS, it's GCIS, and what would have motivated the change of scope when you are going out for tender? That's one. Secondly, I've been trying, Chair, to just check here, especially between the contract between Zinga and RAF on the provision of integrated marketing and communication services. Really, it appears to me Nzinga is more like an event management company on behalf of RAF, because I see that they're managing their hours, they are managing their like fraud prevention. I'm trying to understand, was the event management part of the contract or what? Because I'm trying to up myself, and I'm not finding anything that specifically speaks about managing events on behalf of RAF.
Thank you very much. I think we're doing well. So, Honourable Skosan, let me bring you in. Let's take it to 4, and then we'll do the last 3.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, earlier, I think Mr. Polela made a strong point about the issue of GCIS, of not renewing the memorandum of understanding. I think the point that you made, Mr. Polela, was that in your own view, GCIS is outsourcing this work. So you did not understand as to why should you have a memorandum of understanding with GCIS, because GCIS anyway is not doing the actual work, but instead it's outsourcing, it's appointing service providers to do this work. So your view is that it's best, or it's better if you, as RAF, you procure service providers, appoint service providers to do this work on your behalf. But now my challenge is that, and I think you were even explicit to say GCIS was acting like a middleman. But now my challenge is that while GCIS was acting like a middleman, but we were spending less, and now there's no GCIS as a middleman, you are spending more. Because ordinarily it's supposed to be vice versa. Where there's a middleman, you're supposed to spend more because there will be other funds in the process because of the involvement of the middleman. And where there's no middleman, you should be spending less because you have cut the middleman out. But now it's vice versa. When there was a middleman, which was GCIS, you were spending less. And now there's no middleman, but we are now spending more. So what is your comment around that? And lastly, Chair, I just want to find out if Mr. Polela is watching Skim Sam. Yeah, there used to be a character there called Tate Wallet. That character speaks a very nice English, and he uses the same style of speaking as Mr. Polela. So I just want to find out if, by any chance, he does watch Skim Sam. Thanks, Chair.
And maybe one of them needs to claim copyright, need to claim royalties. Thank you. Over to you, colleagues, and then we'll do the last 3 members.
will start from the ad. I don't remember who asked about the ad. Look, there was no time when the ad had to be pulled out because it was already late in the hour. And when I was doing the investigation, I decided not to pull it and until the time lapsed. Here's what I want to say about the ad, is that I wish my lady next to me just whispered to me that there was this ad before it was discovered when I arrived, because we would have just tailored the message, and the chances are she and I would still be working together peacefully. How much was lost? No money was lost because it was not cancelled. My Lord, Honourable Montana was asking about what are we recommending to the committee. I was very clear about my recommendations when I spoke to my Lord, Honourable Zibith. I suggested that we standardise the claims as pertaining to, I gave an example, if you've lost a finger, we know that we have a chart to say if you've had a head injury, and I said that would shorten the time by which the claims are processed. And number two, I said we need to remove the exclusive purview of the lawyers for claiming. You introduce what you call, and I suggested the people that
said brokers.
Brokers, yes, so that South Africans are free to tap into the people that are experienced into processing claims as quickly as possible. And I said the lawyers probably, I mean, it also still gives them the opportunity to process the claims, but also gives them the opportunity to, when somebody feels that they are hard done by, they haven't been paid enough, then they can go to the lawyers, and to reduce the 25% because it's exorbitant and totally offensive to the claimant. That's what I suggested. To the question about Zinga being a management company, because they're doing a lot of events, they do a lot of other work. They produce our adverts. An advert, one of those I talked about, that was shot in a morgue, as suggested by myself. So there's a lot of radio adverts from their own studios. They produce a lot of work that is put out by Media Mix. They don't just do events. In their scope, is there events management? Yes, there is, my lord. GCIS I was talking about as it pertains Zinga, that they would not have been able, they don't have the capacity to do production work, at least not as far as we as we require, and that we needed a dedicated agency so that we could tap into at any given time. My lord, I will leave the other questions to my lady.
Okay, the first question was about if we feel that the CFO sitting on as a chair of bid adjudication committee. Yes. I wouldn't think that it's a great idea. Yes. Yeah. And then you said if we had specific reforms in terms of how we can turn the RAF around and the transformative journey, the winning prize will be to ensure that the direct claims value chain is tightened down and we have investment on that. So, for instance, I'm sure you might have heard my colleague who came here first week, Chaka, where he was saying that we have assessors, we take people to do medical assessments ourselves, and then we make sure that we also give them financial training once we have given them offers, all that. So I think if RAF was to then put money into making this system of direct claim work in integration with digitizing, the RAF, we have a winner. I've always say I have a dream of where RAF is integrated to all systems. We are integrated to, linked to Home Affairs. We are linked to Capitec. The one thing that I never understand is we talk about the backlog, and I'm saying Capitec is sitting there, and they have these people that we're looking for. But we have this distinction of there's private sector, there is public sector. Meanwhile, our people are suffering, you know. So why don't we go to the negotiation table? And I think there's a lot of reluctance around that, merging which SOEs are doing with the private sector, because we are thinking, oh my God, corruption deals, yes, it happens, but let's put efforts in making that work. I've always said, why for the longest of time we've been saying at RAF that we can't get the mail sorted out because the post office is dysfunctional. Meanwhile, we have PEP that has got an extensive distribution where our people are at. So those are the things that we need to start looking at, this entire value chain. And then growing up, I remember we used to have this thing, I don't know if it was a telephony, SOS telephones, that if you were involved in an accident, we have technology now. So if somebody is involved in an accident, that should be the cue that starts the RAF process, that when I pick up the phone, technology indicates where I'm at. I'm along Heidelberg Road somewhere in the East Rand, and then it feeds into our hospital system where they say the system is supposed to pick up the nearest hospital where you are taking this old Magogo within the vicinity. And we have the HSC there as RAF waiting for when the ambulance arrive, and we have a direct claimant specialist who will be waiting to attend to the victims. Because if you don't do that, there is touting where lawyers are waiting because they know maybe the information is being fed by the emergency services. By the time the person comes back to consciousness, they've already signed over their lives in terms of power of attorney. So I'm just saying, let's just think holistically and do right by our people. There is people with brilliant ideas. We just need to put our heads together and find a solution. Then me and you will be talking of a day where nobody goes to bed without food because they have lost a breadwinner from a road accident. Thank you.
And lastly, my lord, I'm afraid I have not seen Skim Sam, so I don't know the gentleman that you're talking about, but I will Google it so that I do get acquainted with my colleague at Skim Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Polela. Honorable Nilmay, Honorable Beasley, and then Honorable Ghana, and then we'll close.
No, thank you very much. And these questions are for Ms. Matai. First of all, thank you very much for your courage and for being brave, for sharing the information that you have and for sharing possible solutions going forward. My question for you is, when last did you receive a salary, and how has your suspension affected you personally and professionally? And then my second question, so I'll do it all in one go, is do you have an estimate of how much your upcoming disciplinary hearing will cost you, both financially and emotionally? We heard yesterday that most of the hearings, they have advocates and lawyers present. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen coming forward, but I just would like to know, how has this whole episode affected you professionally and emotionally? Thank you.
Okay, I was hoping that you're not going to ask this question.
Sorry, we're taking all three of them so that you don't need to, you answer once and then we're done.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Polela, I've got an invoice in front of me for the RAF awards function that cost 4 million rand. What are your thoughts that the RAF is spending a huge amount on awards function when there's many claimants who haven't been paid? And I just did an estimate, if there were 1,000 people there, it would have cost a whopping 4,000 rand a head. It's an absolute disgrace. And who would have actually authorized this amount? And how does it actually fit into the education of South Africans when you can spend such an obscene amount on an award ceremony? And bear in mind that award ceremony is funded by fuel levies, people who are hard-pressed to pay their money every year, that you can spend such a whopping amount on a particular contract. And then also to ask Mr. Polela, has he received any gifts from either of these lunches or anything from either of these lunches, whatever, just any entertainment or whatever? And then in terms of the suspension, if Mr. Polela can advise, why the suspension has been going on for 15 months when the actual RAF talks about 60 days. I mean, it's absolutely, and my understanding, there hasn't been a loss to the RAF, and certainly nobody picked up on the advert. And then the question that the chair asked earlier, in the scope of work, it talks about 120 days. There was a press release last year, and I presume the press release was done by yourself as a company communications director, that refers to 120 days. Again, I pointed to you that the RAF is actually lying to South Africans, and we South Africans are paying for you guys to lie to us. It's absolutely, I can't think of the words. We're paying obscene amounts for you guys to lie to us, which we are actually funding to you guys. And then last question, I've probably got 30 seconds left. What is the possibility that the CEO's family is supplying T-shirts at these ridiculous amounts through a subcontractor or any other person per se, or even yourself or your family? Thank you.
Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much. I was tempted to call you my lord as well. So, but yeah. So there's been a lot of reference to Mr. Polela in terms of the executive deciding to dip into the billion rand kitty by coming up with campaigns that you wouldn't have planned for, so unplanned campaigns that will cost a lot of money. And you kept on saying the executive. Is it the decision of the ExCo, or is it an individual in that regard? And to the point that maybe slightly to what Honorable Nalme was asking, in terms of Ms. Mateo had said that people like you were hounded out or were targeted and so forth. Would you say that the situation has improved in that the people could now speak freely? Because if they had spoken then, it will have meant various, disciplinary or precautionary suspension. Do you know, Mr. Polela, of course you are still there, you had mentioned that whether it was you or Ms. Mate, that there were people that were, the courts had said they were employees of RAF, that RAF must continue to employ them, but then the then leadership felt it that they shouldn't come back to work. Are there people that may be from your own department, your own business unit, that could have been suffered the same fate either before your arrival or even during your tenure, that now have come back, and that just the general mood in the office? And if there was that dark, no, maybe dark is not the right word. I don't want to call it dictatorial. What's the Oh, English is not your first language. I was looking at you. That will help. But autocratic, yes, thank you. Who were the enforcers of this? Because autocratic regimes is not just one person, it's a system itself. There are enforcers of that. And are the enforcers still around at RAF? And do they still back the kind of instructions insofar as they're dipping into the remaining millions in the kitty to run campaigns that you haven't planned to run, and whether there's been any request when, maybe as a final one, Chair, when there started to be issues between Scopa and the then CEO, was there an attempt to dip into the kitty to do PR work for the CEO? So the press conferences that were being held by this, the former CEO, were they paid from the same kitty that it's a subject of discussion? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Over to you, colleagues, and then we will wrap up. Thank you.
Honourable Bisley, you were talking about spending over 4 million on an event, and how do I feel about it? It's not about my feelings. I do not decide to undertake these events. I do hear your emotions in saying that it's a disgrace to do so. But sitting here and now, it seems to me that you're giving me a lot of power. I am an employee of the RAF and not a decision maker. When a decision is taken to do an event of this nature, I do not sit on the decision-making team. I get briefed that this has to happen, and I carry out my duties. But again, I do understand your frustration. You ask a question. Have I received gifts?
Sorry, can I just ask you on that? I mean, maybe if we can get a straight answer. So when the instruction came to do the event, were you given specific requirements by way of spec for the event such that the cost of 3.9 million was unavoidable?
The spec is...
Whose discretion was it to the type of event? Because you also can do an event at 1.8 million, I suppose, and it will still serve the purpose. So who determined the spec, where it was going to be, how many people, what is the cost per head, and so on?
I do not recall what unit it was that was responsible for leading for this event, but what happens is, obviously, I mean, the agency is given the role of finding a venue, and we expect that they find the least expensive venue. And I have received a message on my phone to say this was the cheapest. This was the cheapest venue. But may I, my lords, continue to indulge Honourable Beasley?
No. Please, I'd like you to, if you're moving on to the next point, yes. I really do want to stay on this point, right? Or you've got a new information that you can share. Please do.
I've been told that it's people management that, or what you call HR. I've been given the name of a gentleman, but I do not wish to have the committee stomping on this gentleman. People management would be obviously given the instruction to lead these events, and we then get given instruction to play other roles.
Okay, so we will note this.
Yes.
As one of the things that need fixing. the way it, so the owner of the relationship is you in your official role between Zinge and...
Indeed.
Right, you are the owner of the relationship.
Indeed.
One of the things that gets done by an organization, and maybe we need to find out, is to evaluate the cost per head of an event, right? And then a decision is made that, listen, if this is going to cost 4,000 Rand per head, that's a lot. The only thing we can tolerate here is 2,500. I'm just making it, you know what I mean? It's not a limitless thing. So there needs to be a process that results in somebody saying, this is the cheapest we can get for this specification given. It's not just this is the cheapest.
So let me clarify something, my lord. This is another situation where, as I did mention, where another unit is using my contract. I just want to put that, to register that. Naturally, they would have done their own supply chain process, but they obviously came to me because this was allowed. Now, I don't know, my lord, if you want me to continue.
The only thing I'll say, we'll obviously need to look at that, because for me, the idea that there's a sort of an integrated communications agency and they take instruction from all over the organization is also unusual, especially where there's cost involved. It's something that is not done. But you told us that's how it happens, and you can continue and answer the rest of the questions.
Indeed.
We will canvass the rest.
Honourable Beasley, you asked me if... You did ask me if I have received gifts, dinner or lunch from any of the agencies. No, my lord. I apologize for calling you my lord, because you said it was something beastly.
I hope that is a joke. It's beastly.
Said beastly, like a beast.
That's a compliment, I must say.
Then you asked a question about my lady's suspension for 16 months, if this was fair, right? I'm not the owner of this. It's an ER process. I was roped in to this to be present in the suspension as the person that she reports to. I handed over the matter to ER, and I happened to just be on that day, dragged to be playing my role. And as I said, it did affect me, and I did mention that. Now, you talked about 120 days. We've already agreed, and we've already sort of admitted that point. Moving on, you were talking about the possibility that either the CEO or my own family is supplying T-shirts to the RAF. I do not supply any form of garments whatsoever, and I don't do business whatsoever with the RAF. I'm not aware that the family of the CEO or anybody at the RAF is supplying apparel, whether it's garments or anything. Now, my lord, on my left, Honourable Gunnar, you were talking about these unplanned campaigns, whose decision it was. Indeed, I mean, as it pertains the backlog campaign, which I said did not yield the desired results, it was members of EXCO that said and suggested this campaign. And we were asked, and I'll go to this one last, when issues between the CEO Scopa and Scopa started, who paid for the press conferences? Did it come out of my budget? Indeed, it did. There was a tapping into my budget for that. And then I said I would address this last, where we were asked if the situation is better now than before. I will put it this way. The RAF is currently vacillating between two realms. One, very, very hopeful with the people that have been there on the sidelines, with a lot of suffering that has been visited upon them. I saw a gentleman who was in tears sitting here. Those people have been knocking on many doors over the years and they haven't been heard. They now have hope that they are being heard. But we also have this situation where the RAF find itself in a toxic mess as well. The situation is there's a cancer, it is fetid, because you find that there are people who, as a result of the new changes, have assigned themselves, and I'm not blaming anybody, I'm not offering any opinion, assigned themselves to be malicious whistleblowers. I'm not talking about genuine whistleblowers. We also have people who have assigned themselves to say, I'm going to exact revenge on my manager. I'm going to make reprisals on them. I'm going to exact retribution. So where we are currently is we are vacillating between hope and a total cancerous and fetid situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the issue of enforcers. Yes, enforcers are still there. And I think, I don't know if you have any witnesses that can come through from ER for them to come and tell the story of their role. They must not hide behind the CEO. ER must come and explain what they did. That is the number one enforcer in the organization, and I will also want to ventilate the fact that this was a well-oiled machine, right? It was an ecosystem that worked perfectly. In that a demand is created, we get rid of over 400 employees, right? We feed the media the story that all those suspensions are coming from operations. Not all of those suspensions were coming from operations. And the media will buy it, and you guys will buy it. Because RAF's core business is operations, right? And then, what then happens is in the feeding of the system. Because there are employees who have been found to be colluding with lawyers. When you hear that an RAF employee is suspended, you obviously just assume we are corrupt. So it's fine, right? We are cleaning the system. Meanwhile, we are feeding the system because we are creating a demand. We are creating a demand of law firms that we bring into the table. And we say, investigate these people. We call them as initiators. I don't want to go into that. That's what I mean by enforcers. So that has to be looked at because the entire value chain was happy about the way things were. The only people who suffered the damage are those whose careers got assassinated. We have forgotten about them. You're only reminded of just a few of them when you see a John cry. And you're thinking, oh, no, John is a representative of many horrific stories of people's lives that have been ruined, divorces, death. The other question that you mentioned was, how have I been affected by this? You will be shocked by this answer. The day that I was called to the ER office, I felt numb when I got there. Macintosh did what he had to do. And as I walked out of the office, the funny part was, he protected me. He told the security guys, please do not embarrass Hlami by walking her out and she's carrying boxes and stuff. Then I walked back to my office. My PA picked up my stuff while crying. I told her, "What are you crying for?" "Shush, let's walk." We walked out of the office. For the first time in 6 years, I felt this whoosa. I felt emancipated walking out of that traumatic and toxic environment. I drove home. I cried. After crying, I was like, for the first time ever, I won't have that knot that I had on my stomach every Sunday. That first Sunday was the most beautiful Sunday that I didn't have to think of the drama that was happening there, the whirlwind that was created there. And I was like, I'm good. Let's see how this thing unfolds. And according to the police, I was expecting that I would be given my charges, because you're talking about a transaction of 26 million. It's a matter of looking at it. What was this? Okay, hang her, give charges. I get to 15 months. That's where I thought, talk about cruelty. If you want to hang me, I'm good. But let's do it on time. Then you put me through this whole emotional roller coaster. And then when we get to month 15, when the interim board comes to the scene, that's when someone thinks this is shameful. Because at that time, ladies and gentlemen, I had received 2 salary increases. Every month on the 25th was the only time I thought of RAF. I will read about those things happening in the media and I will feel like, whew, thank goodness I'm not in there. Because I had people who were saying, get me out of here, get me out of here. People were crying. They wanted to jump off the cliff. That's how bad it was. And I was happy that I was not part of that anymore. That was a chapter. And I remember telling someone, I'm grateful that I walked out of RAF not on antidepressants, because a majority of my colleagues are, because of the toxicity that the regime created at RAF. So the only thing that I am feeling right now is I feel robbed. I feel robbed in that there was colleagues that died that were on suspension. I could not go and find closure to their funerals because the policy says you can't have any interaction. I feel robbed because just after I'd left RAF, there's a colleague of mine who got suspended, so she reached out to me. That child, today, she still has not received her charges. It's been over 14 months or so. She has been suffering from anxiety, and I have had to play psychologist, like I will pray for her. And yeah, so basically, if you want to know how I feel about my journey, is that my suspension journey didn't start on the 2nd of May. It started on that fateful day when the ANC government failed us. That fateful day when the ANC government failed us. And we were all bled on. You will call an office when you're working on a project team and you say, I want to speak to so-and-so, and only to find out that colleague is gone and the entire team. Now everyone has to pick up pieces. That's why I was relieved that I was out of that, because it was abusive, it was unfair, and you guys let it happen. So that's how I feel. Thank you.
Just before you close. Chair, no, there's just one follow-up. I had asked around the issue of Nzengwe. Their contract, I do not see anything that speaks about contract events management, but I see that they've managed quite a number of events. So I was asking around that, from whose budget? I might have gotten, but yeah, that was just a question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin, Mr. Polela. Can we help Honorable Maduna with his question? Mr. Polela.
On the scope of work, my lord, 2.3 Point 5, events management services and general event support as and when required. I have, as an aside, my lord, also received a message on the bottles that you found offensive, and I did yield on that point. It says this is not a squeeze bottle, it's an actual glass branded bottle. I could not remember it at the time, but now I do remember that it was glass bottles that had branding. My lord.
All right. No, thank you very much. I think the core issues remain, which is that you guys are not cited on what the contractors do. And that's something that we agreed that the Road Accident Fund needs to look deeper into various aspects of the contracting, and it might well be an organization-wide issue in other ways. So I am going to thank the honorable members. I just want to say to both our witnesses, Mr. Polela and Mr. Mate, thank you, Miss Mate. I have a friend called Matt, and I call him Mr. Matt. I want to thank both of you. Like I said, this is an inquisitorial process. It's not accusative. You're not on trial. Thank you for giving us new titles. I heard that we are my lord and my lady. It's never happened, and I wasn't sure if any of the members will object or whether the rules allow. I decided there are bigger problems in life than fighting over what title a witness elects to choose, if it's still respectful. So I left it, but thank you very much. I just want to say, Ms. Mate, and in fact to both of you, that there's a lot said by lots of people about why we're doing this process, and Honorable Madlala usually says that we want to understand what systemically has gone wrong in various institutions, right? And the reason some of the questions did not appear to be directly related to what you're doing is that we also want to not just fix specific things without taking a bird's eye view and understanding what could have gone wrong, right? I am sorry that across all the institutions, it's not just the Road Accident Fund, it's many others. I'm sure that there are issues, because I do see comments sometimes when various institutions appear in Parliament that people appear to be having a really difficult time in workplaces, right? So I want to say that you can count on this committee to make recommendations that are thoughtful, that look to fix what's systemically wrong, that makes sure there is accountability where it belongs, and that accountability is not gratuitous. We're not out to get anybody. But people must also account for the decisions that they have taken. And believe me, we recognize that there are employees of the Road Accident Fund deeply affected. Just to share with you, I got 2 emails as part of the public sort of response process. The one employee of the Road Accident Fund said she was seriously contemplating taking her life that very day. The other one gives me sleepless nights because he said he has suicidal thoughts. I wrote him an email and I begged him not to, because this process might be slow, but we will make good recommendations as a committee to make sure that things work. He has never come back to me. I don't know whether he is still alive or not. So we don't take these lightly. Sometimes we may joke as the members of the committee. It's because also these things weigh heavily on us, and sometimes we try and lift up our own moods, right? So don't take it the wrong way. We have an appreciation of what some of the colleagues go through, but we also have to do this in a way that is honest to the rules of Parliament, and make recommendations that are going to help Parliament, going to help the Department of Transport, that are also going to help the Road Accident Fund and everybody who works there from now until on. But most importantly, we also have a dream as this committee that somebody who was in an accident opens their phone, starts a process, it is seamless, and it completes and the rules are easy to understand. It's clear what they need to do. We root out the corrupt elements right through the system, right? The overchargers and all of these people, so that we have a system that works, and that we have a road accident fund that is well funded and can do its work effectively. So Parliament also has a role to play to make sure that the road accident fund is financially sustainable. So I just want to say, you can count on the committee. The reason we've set aside all of this time is that we recognize that the road accident fund is an institution that affects millions of people. We don't often think about that until we've been in an accident. It affects millions of people, and we are trying to make things better, all of us. We hear you. None of the members are offended when you say you guys. The buck stops here in Parliament. So thank you so much. And honorable members, thank you. I've got a request. There is an issue we have to decide. We have one witness who we might need to take a decision about how we deal with that witness. Everybody is cooperating except one witness. Can I propose that in the slot that we were going to have a hearing tomorrow, we just do a virtual? It should be 30 minutes or so. In the meantime, we will share the correspondence with the members. I think we can, Ms. Ibrahim. We can share the correspondence with the members so that when we meet, we then can decide together how we approach it, whether we need to subpoena and so on. But it will be virtual. Can we do it in the same slot? I promise it's the only thing that we'll deal with, and then we can go on our way. Thank you, honorable members. Much appreciated. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
More Americans are about to feel the pain of the government shutdown. The Washington Post reports that while the president ordered the Pentagon to repurpose research and development funding to make payroll for members of the military who were set to miss their first paycheck Wednesday, civilian employees